Good evening. Welcome to the Public Safety Committee meeting. Today is August 17th, and please join me as with the Pledge of Allegiance. Roll call. Councilmember Gully. Councilmember Steele is present. Councilmember Mann. Present. Councilmember Mantello ex officio. Present. Also present, Councilmember Conley Wilson and Councilmember Soriento and Mayor Madden and Deputy Mayor Miller. That covers it. Tonight's meeting is being called in response to a number of residents' concerns regarding encrypted scanners in our community. And we thought it would be a good idea to get together and have a presentation from the police department to bring us up to date on where we are in that process. There will be a brief period for public comment following the presentation. So I think without further ado, I would like to turn it over to Chief DeWolf.
Thank you, Councilwoman Steele. Thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to explain why we're going encrypted or why we went encrypted. We'll have a brief history of where this all began, the reasons why we're going encrypted, which are kind of threefold: the privacy concerns, investigative concerns, and officer safety also. The person who has been responsible for heading up that program is my Assistant Chief, Stephen Barker. He's been involved in it as the captain of transit technology and now oversees it as the assistant chief. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Steve and he'll be able to explain.
Good evening. So I want to echo the chief's message that I appreciate an opportunity to discuss it in a group. Sometimes it's easier to have discussions about potential concerns when we're all together. So for this project, and I'll try to address some of the inaccuracies we've seen. Our radio project began over a decade ago. In 2019, I assumed the role of a technology captain within our department. Deputy Chief DeWolf at the time and the administration gave clear directives in getting city cameras up and stable, getting body-worn camera program up and stable, and then also addressing our radio project that was still in progress. There's been some discussion that a change in administration at the police department or at the county somehow precipitated this. That's not true. The entire time through that decade, we've worked with all those partners as this project progressed. So as the chief mentioned, the decision to go encrypted was not easy. It wasn't simple. It's been over several years and at the direction of most of our federal counterparts, all of which were encrypted. And then a consortium of people from SafeCom, which is a federal work group that involves individuals, volunteers from both the public and the private sector at the local, state, federal, and tribal, territorial perspectives. Brief recap of the current system is that, as I mentioned, it's been in progress for over a decade. We've been working with Rensselaer County, who dispatches us, who hosts our system, who manages a lot of the dispatch communications where the city of Troy owns the equipment. And because of a delay in the vendor that they use, we ran into about an 18-month delay to turn it on and make it active, which we finally completed just several months ago. So we're appreciative of their efforts in pushing it through. But why we made that decision to go is threefold. I think sometimes people just assume it's because we want to protect our own people, and that's certainly a part of it. But first is the protection of the sensitive information that we're transmitting every single day. And that sensitive information is certainly victim information of the clients or consumers that we're responding to, the witnesses that we're dealing with, and the suspects that we're dealing with. We're dealing with someone in a capacity on the street and they're providing us information. It's our belief that they have some measure of an expectation of privacy to that information because they're providing it to a uniformed or non-uniformed police officer in official capacity. Because of our operation, we're in the field doing this work. We're going to transmit that to our dispatch when we're working an active incident. And in the past, it was done through non-encrypted means, providing that information for anyone who willingly listen. I'll stop there and I'll make a specific point that I grew up in a house with a scanner. By no means do I think the scanner community or people listening to us are criminals. There's a small subset of people that are hell-bent on evil in our community, and they at times have used our scanner for evil purposes, and we'll talk about those. But by no means do I want to be indignant or try to cast blame at the scanner communities out to get us so that they're criminals. So the protection of that information, if you subscribe to the services of the city of Troy, and you call a police officer to your home, and we do a report for you, we generate an incident to you. When you come to our station to get that paid for, we have to identify you by you providing an ID in order to provide that information. So we protect the integrity of the information once it hits a report, but in the past, we hadn't done that when we're transcribing the information to the air. Now, the fire department already encrypts through operation. Their radio system is not encrypted, but they encrypt through how they operate daily. If the fire department gets a call, they're in the firehouse. Some information is given over the air, but a lot of information is passed to the red phones into their firehouse, the sensitive information for that patient or for the consumer. That's not always the case. They try to do the best that they can, but when they're in that firehouse, that's how they can do that through their operation. We don't have an operation like that. Obviously, we're in the field 24/7. Our station house isn't giving calls. So that drives some of our need. Second, the integrity of the information also impacts our investigations. If we get a shots fired or a shooting complaint and that information is provided, it's not always typically accurate right at the outset. Sometimes we get information, we're getting a lot of phone calls on something. We're providing a lot of information, some accurate, some not so accurate. But the detectives in their follow-up investigations are using that information for the purposes of that investigation. So some of that critical information is you have a shooting in a certain location, the suspect is wearing a blue shirt, and they stopped at this household. That's information that the detectives may then use in their investigation during an interview and interrogation that is known to the broad public at that time, might couple their ability to use that during the investigation. So it's certainly not as important as the individual privatizing of the information of the victim or suspect, but it's important for our ability to potentially solve that crime. Hopefully we have a lot of different aspects of information we're using to investigate that crime, but it's an important aspect of it nonetheless. Certainly as we get on to the later stages of the investigation of moving our units and things of that nature, it's important to have some sort of the ability to protect that information. But as others have mentioned, we do have separate talk groups we can use for that. What I mean when I say protect the integrity of investigation is that information we know or don't know right at the outset. Finally, and this is typically where people think we hang our hat for encryption. It's an important part, but it's not the only part. It's the safety of the people that are actively out there doing this job. It's easier for me to feel safe because I'm obviously in the office quite a bit at a time, but rather for the people that are out there responding to all these incidents, they're making decisions in the field with their movement, with the actions they're taking. And the only method they have in the initial response, the most effective method, is their radio. Carry cell phones, and that's obviously not always the go-to for communications, because who wants to money with a cell phone as responding to some sort of active incident. And I'll provide in the hopes of preserving your time, 2 brief anecdotes, and it's not meant to drive fear, it's just meant to provide some context in why we make these decisions. Recently, we had a shots fired or a shooting up in Lansing, second 118, where an individual was shot at a CDTA bus that was passing by. The suspect bedded down in a house immediately following the shooting. Luckily, patrols were nearby in the area, immediately got on scene and set up a perimeter. The responding patrols were aware that they had a gap in their perimeter, that there was somewhere that needed cover by a police officer. So they communicated that, hey, the next arriving person, please get to this area so we can secure the perimeter and start to do the rest of the work we need to do. Luckily, an officer had just arrived to that spot on the perimeter, but had not communicated that over the air. As the officer was arriving, the suspect leaves the barricaded residence and tries to escape through that gap in the perimeter. He's arrested by the officer who he didn't know was there, and when taken into custody, he was listening to the scan. In a similar method, a separate incident, we had a robbery and somebody was driving a stolen car. Because of the robbery, because of the violent crime, we began a vehicle pursuit of that car. And the officers are trained to, if they're beginning a vehicle, start to utilize the resources we have to end a pursuit, different equipment that we have to hopefully end a pursuit safely. And they try to set that up in an area that is open, that's safe for the officers and the suspect to do so. As soon as they began to coordinate some sort of area to do that, the suspect would move his vehicle, orient his vehicle in a different manner so as to avoid that area. When the suspect's eventually encountered and arrested, he's listening to the scanner. This is the one, the officer safety portion is the one component of those 3 that could be solved and potentially has been solved in the past by putting a delay. That unfortunately does not address the other 2. So a delay is not necessarily the answer. The delay is also would have to be In my opinion, if we went that way, but I would suggest that we would stay encrypted and we would host the delay. Because if we unencrypt, we certainly have some people in the past that posted a scan frequency, but if it's unencrypted, anyone, if they're willing to address the means to do so, could then host it. And in the past, we've had a delay just based on partnerships and just based on cooperation between us and the community. That's not a guarantee from certainly that we would be able to enforce that delay. Finally, I addressed a lot of times in the recent past, we've been accused that it's a move to silo our communications to hide and in deference to transparency and accountability. For that, I'll submit to you that it is, in my opinion, obviously biased, that the police department is by far the most transparent and accountable and documented municipal agency that we have in the city of Troy. Everything that we do is on body. Most things that are done are on some sort of fixed surveillance. Everything at the station is under fixed surveillance. Any action we take is documented. Any document that we produce now based on discovery reform is given to a variety of agencies. And then we have several checks and balances at different levels. And we'll talk about the checks and balances that exist. We have our own internal checks and balances for our own supervision levels. Obviously, that comes into concerns or some criticism stuff. So we built out an Office of Professional Standards that answers only to the chief, but I recognize that's still internal. So I think one of the criticisms. So we have a Citizen Police Executive Review Board outside of our department that gets access to all these materials. Our systems are connected with Rensselaer County, so Bureau of Emergency Services, fire departments, some of our EMS partners, all other local law enforcement have access to all these systems. College campuses, our hospital partners, anyone that we work with that has a need for this information has access to these systems, has access to these radio systems, and we're communicating daily on it. So they serve as a check and balance in case there's any sort of misconduct. And even the very people that investigate us, that the attorney generals have access via portals into our system for this sort of information. So to cast it as an attempt to silo our communication, silo what's going on in the city of Troy, and obviously I underscore again on bias, I handle a lot of that information. I would submit to you that there's not a more willing police department locally that provides information, that responds to requests, and identifies what's going in our city in the Troy Police Department. And that brings us to the future and how do we also address the concerns of people wanting to know what's going on in their neighborhood, because I can respect that. Our last meeting, when we discussed this back in 2021, we discussed a project called Pulse Point. Pulse Point was largely a EMS and fire program, but we were asked to investigate it, and investigate it we did. We actually procured that system. We spent $20,000, we went through the procurement, software design. We spent about 8 months on that project at various levels of the Pulse Point community, even working with our Rensselaer County partners to identify what call types we can broadcast, how the information can be filtered. At really the 11th hour, a software engineer from Pulse Point stepped in and said, this isn't a law enforcement service. It's not going to work for what you're asking it to do. It's made for fire and EMS. And basically it's not going to work. So they pulled out of their project. We're lucky to get the money back. They pulled out of their project. That leaves us still holding the bag. How do we handle this? So I trust that everybody knows that we're dispatched by Rensselaer County. We have a contract with Rensselaer County, which is up for renegotiation. That'll be a separate conversation. We're encouraged changes to be made there. Although we respect the people that we work with there, we think there's additions that can be made to better position the city of Troy in that contract. But within that contract, it states that Rensselaer County is to provide all computer and dispatch systems, records management systems, and any software provision attached to that. The project that they decided, Rensselaer County has decided to go with, and that we've subscribed to, and we fully support, is Tyler Technologies. It's a computer-aided dispatch system to manage our calls that they dispatch to us. Records management system where we would then do our incident reporting and all our case follow-up. But then there's extra components that they'll use for the variety of disciplines that they dispatch by our EMS alone. One of the components that we voiced a desire for, that they've confirmed that they've included in their project, is called Tyler Citizen Connect. It's a web portal, it's an app, it does a variety of things. It's meant for a variety of things. It's kind of the connection between the community and the information kept under the Tyler software systems. In some cases, it's due to code enforcement things and city government things and documentation and communication. In our purpose, in our application, it's meant for the crime prevention. What Citizen Connect does, what we've confirmed with the vendor this time, will do what we've confirmed with Rensselaer County will do. We'll broadcast filtered information about the incidents we're actively dealing with. And we'll also provide historical lookups for anyone with an account. The account's free. It's a basic user account where some information is available without an account. What it will allow that individual to see is active incidents, filtered information, which then accounts for those other two priority components that I mentioned for encryption. It handles the sensitivity of victim, witness, and suspect information, protects the integrity of the investigation, while still providing, hey, what is that cop car doing in front of my house with my neighbors? Now, it's not to give them all the details that they may have heard in the past on the radio. You may not know that your neighbors in the midst of a mental health crisis, but you'll know a general idea is this concern. That's a Rensselaer County project. And while we continue to partner or support, I'm not in a position to give you a hard end date if it's going to be up on this date. Here to support Rensselaer County in any way I can, and knowing that our contract says that they're providing for us, we're working diligently to do so. And that's a project held out of their Bureau of Emergency Services. So then in addition to that, with a stopgap until we get there, and in some members of the community, we've offered a few different options. Troy Fire, as I mentioned, is an unencrypted radio system, but they encrypt based on their operation. Any significant incident where an injury occurs and somebody's hurt in the city of Troy, our Troy Fire Department's going, they're at least getting dispatched. So people will get somewhat of an understanding, a general understanding, will get specific law enforcement information based on that dispatch. Also, again, I pride ourselves on our growing social media presence. Chief Book's kind of giving us an open invitation to build out Facebook, Instagram, and really evolve our Twitter into more of a rapid information deployment. So I can move things there. Our goal, our internal goal, is to get active incident information. Typically, if it's an incident that we're actively investigating, we get on Twitter within 15 minutes. Do we always meet that curve? No. That's our purpose. That's our intent. In the past, it's in the last year or so. It's an active incident that's occurring, and we get an immediate report on. Try to get it up there with basic information. Once again, protecting the integrity of all those individual private information, while still getting out the information that the community needs to know and needs to know. With that, I'll reference that a lot of this I mentioned was done through the efforts of SAVECOM. SAVECOM is not a law enforcement division. It's a collection of all emergency resources. It's emergency communications, emergency management, police, fire, EMS. So those must be municipal edge. There's documentation that is not generated by the city of Troy. You can find it through CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agency. That's crosses. I know sometimes political sphere might be a little divisive. That's across a variety of administrations. It's not one administration pushing this. This is where radio communications are going, similar to where cell communications already are. Radio is just broadcast information. Our city surveillance system is broadcast information. It's data, it's not voice, but that's not open to everybody because of these same reasons to protect that information. Now, it's always available through all those different measures, all those checks and balances, obviously, our FOIL process, core process, and the people that need to know when you need it. But with that, I think we've covered most of it. I'll try not to get nauseam, but I'll certainly entertain any questions. I'll try to provide the information that I can.
Sure. Just, Steve, thank you so much for going deep into that. You're so knowledgeable about all this. Being the daughter of a retired detective, I, know firsthand, obviously, the safety of our officers is extremely important. At the same time, transparency also super important. Do you see any common ground to try to find maybe a happy balance with this issue? That's my first question. And then my second question would be Tyler Technology. What's their time frame with the county in terms of implementing that app? And, do you see it happening 6 months, a year? How soon, and where are they in the process? And do you see them with this app continuing what has been provided, or much different with this new app that they're installing?
Sure. I think the common ground question is probably easier for me to speak to, because it's something that we can address. And I think the common ground is that app, it's providing the filtered information, it's providing still incident information, but still keeps into check all those other three things that we're looking to do. And then I think the stopgap until then, which is filled by Troy Fire Department radio, and then also just monitoring social media feeds for the information we're providing. I'm not suggesting that you monitor a press release, and I understand those are after the fact. I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying active incident information. We feel there's a danger in the community. One of the priorities, not by the officers on the scene, but the people that are responding to that incident. Obviously, the officers on the scene are dealing with the incident without the scene. But part of our role, part of our commander's role, is getting that information out to the public in a meaningful manner. So I see the eventual common ground, which is where I believe, once again, Troy is, the city of Troy in Rensselaer County is going further than other local municipalities who are also encrypted by providing that app and providing that common ground. As for timeline, I don't want to commit to Rensselaer County's project because they're very much in the driver. I think the timeline is months to a year. And that's just my estimation of being involved in technology projects before, because it always costs 3 times as much, it takes 3 times as long to get it up. I'll say that our last records management project or our last CAD project that they're currently using now took all of 18 months, but even though potentially considered a failed project by some people involved, it taught the people involved in that project, Rensselaer County and their other partners, a lot about how to build a CAD system, how to build a records management system. And so my understanding from normally constant meetings with them is that their understanding of how they're going to approach this one in a much different manner. But I don't want to speak too much to it because that's my questions.
Right, and you know, let other council members, and I do look forward to hearing from, you know, Jeff and folks in the public to, you know, as mentioned, as you see this Tyler technology app being a common ground, but also with that time frame, it's a potential concern too, but, you know, I'll let Chair, thank you.
Other council members? Councilmember Curley Wilson.
I'm curious about, you guys mentioned the FOIL and the PORB as like areas of transparency. I know that a lot of people have struggled to get their FOIL requests completed in a timely manner. And my understanding with the PORB is that you know, they don't see like all the things which you guys do. They see the reports that you guys send over to them. So like, I'm just curious, like, how do you see that as a transparency effort here? That those things have their drawbacks.
So I think further forward, I'm not intimately involved with it, so I'll answer based on my communication with Captain Conyers, who are our liaison. I understand some of the information they see is randomized. They see the incident, but sometimes identities are blurred or some identifying information is blurred. My understanding is that is because of all of the implicit bias training that we've also received, in that if you identify some individual, potentially you have some unknown or unconscious bias that's coming into you, judging that scenario before you really see the data within it. I think they serve as one check and balance. But they obviously request specific incidents, but then they're also provided a log of all the incidents, to my understanding, that we investigated, that we're involved in. And so short of, I guess, just believing that the chief executive and his direct that has been tasked with investigating our department, short of just thinking that they are covering it up themselves, I'm not sure how much else can be done in that avenue, other than what I feel is the reflections of our PRB, which I feel as though they're getting a lens into our department and they're having to be able to experience things within our department and being able to validate some of the process that we have, being an accredited department with accredited policies that meet state standards.
Do you guys share all the processes in which you guys follow with the PORB? Because
Absolutely.
okay, they gave a presentation at Little Italy several months ago, and it did not seem like all of those steps were actually clear and transparent to them. So is it?
I mean, they went through a lengthy training process. Our doors were wide open to them. They went to actual physical trainings with us, ride-alongs. They have all of our policies. So maybe they're just not regurgitating them out, but they have them all, or have the ability to read them all and know all about them.
Applies to like all of your internal processes and things like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not the understanding that I had. Needless to say, I do think that it's very important that these pieces of information remain, like the standard information remains public. That's how a lot of people know what's going on. That's how reporters are able to understand what's happening. And without that, then we have just a whole gap in information. And yes, you can send out tweets, but not everyone has access to the internet. Not everyone has access to social media.
I agree, and some of those same reporters email every single day. So that's a lot of times if they miss, if they're not listening to the radio. And when I mentioned I would respond to just about any inquiry we get with all the information we have, that's when we usually engage. And I can respect that. I believe that the community has a right to know why there's a police officer in their street, what they're doing. I just think the level of detail can be irresponsible on our part by providing all that information. Public. Yes, and so that's why I think that happy medium, until we get to that project, if we ran our own dispatch, we ran our own systems, we paid for all those things, then I think we would have done this years ago. But we're working with a contract which doesn't have much teeth in it, and we're kind of a party to the larger system. And so that's why we're in full support of the system, and that's why we demanded at the outset, this is a component that we want, because we try to do it ourselves. That's, we believe in the program, we believe in the project. That's why we spent $20,000 of police smart money on an app just to facilitate this cause. But that fell through, not because of anything we could have done, rather the software would support. And that's why we still think it's a priority. I realize the timeline is not something we want to stomach. But as I mentioned, I dealt with city cam system and body project. They're two stressful technology projects where the timelines are never on our side. I just think having the capability now that we've completed the radio project to not be encrypted now, and we still have these stopgaps, it's irresponsible. As I mentioned, we're leaving ourselves exposed to those other concerns. But I agree wholeheartedly that the public has a right to know, has a right to that filtered information, no active incidents. And I think the app provides that ability.
Yeah, I guess what I'm, just to clarify, what I'm saying is I do think that the public has the right to know, like unfiltered, like, I think we're disagreeing here. So I do think that it's very important that people know what's going on in their neighborhoods.
I'd just like to speak to the privacy issue, but like, what, is it the public's right to know that your neighbor, like you said, is having a mental health issue, or that there's an incest case going on, or any of those things, or that somebody had a bad day and now their identity is similar to somebody else's, so we run them for whether or not they have warrants or something, and their social security numbers out there, and their date of birth and everything. How is that anybody's business? I mean, how is that just the general public's business? Know that stuff. It's happened over and over and over for several years, but when you have a chance to fix something, you should fix it. And those privacy concerns are genuine. You know, I mean, you should know that, yeah, robbery occurred down the street. You should know that there's a car crash, and, you know, and it's going to block your way to get to work, or there's a fire 2 doors away, or things like that. But some of that other information is really nobody's business.
I guess it depends on the thing, but I do think that it's really important that we have transparency in the city.
So do I. I mean, as you know, Chief Parker said, I don't know how much more transparent we try to be as transparent as we can. I think we're more transparent than any other department in the city, honestly. I mean, it's born out of paperwork. It's born out of, you know, our transmissions. It's just, you know, we're on a microscope there. We're under a microscope, you know, which is fine. We don't mind it, but to say that we're not transparent or that we're trying to block transparency, I just think is inaccurate. We're not. We're trying to fix a problem that's existed over many years: privacy concerns, investigative concerns, and officer safety. Last but certainly not least. And we have the ability to do that now, so that's how we're moving forward. It makes the most sense. And with this app, you're going to get much more than, you know, the moment in time that you're listening to the radio. You're going to be able to look at historical information about a variety of things that you're able to look up for previous calls and so on.
Chair. Are you finished? Councilmember Sorrento.
Whatever happens, so like if you see something, say something. I mean, so without us even helping as residents in the city, you know, I mean, we first and foremost, we want to be alerted because we want to protect our home. We want to protect our family. Also, how would we know to say something if we don't know what's going on? And also, you mentioned that this app is going to take several months to a year. Well, what type of plan do you have in place for the time being? Is there one? Because I honestly, I mean, I understand the privacy of residents, about anything that's going on. We don't want anything to conflict with the investigation, but we also do need to, for our protection, we do need to know what's going on and to be alerted. I mean, what if there is an active shooting going on in my neighborhood or in their neighborhood? They should be able to know to be on alert take their kids inside, lock their doors. And then if they see something, they can report it right then and there. I think that's really important also.
I appreciate that. So we've never intended to communicate via the radio to the public. We communicate with each other and we communicate with dispatch. If we're communicating to the public, it's typically either on scene, as uniformed officers are coming to your house and canvassing, saying, hey, we're looking for this. Can you check your cameras if you haven't? This is the specific things we're looking for. We're not engaging with people on the air to, I guess, guess what we're looking for, because I mentioned some of that information is typically inaccurate. So if we get a call for shots fired and the dispatcher puts out, I saw somebody for the individuals running with a blue shirt, that may not be our suspect. But if we have a bunch of people then looking for that information, that may not be legitimate information. So we handle that communication on scene through uniformed officers. Detectives then follow up on scene and you canvass in the specific area and then any other areas that may be affected by that specific incident. And then I'll just rely back and have a request for information as I hope you've seen in my communications. I put out what we're looking for and why we're looking for it. And it certainly goes to our media partners, hope rebroadcast, it goes to city personnel, which we don't rebroadcast. Then we put it on our social media channels.
But that could take hours after the fact, right?
But we don't communicate via the radio to get that information. Those uniformed officers are doing it on the scene while they're there. And they're asking for the legitimate information that we're actually. But I think to your question, Susan, nothing stopped, not prevented by the radio, obviously. There's a lot of communities that rely on community participation to solve investigations that have been encrypted for years, and they still enjoy that participation, as do we, since we've been encrypted. We've still solved crime because of community members that care, community members that want to get involved. And I think we potentially better protect those individuals because if something somewhat common is if you get a violent incident or if you're investigating some sort of incident in the field, a lot of times somebody may want to speak to us, but they don't want to come outside and speak to the uniformed officer. So a lot of times they'll contact dispatch and dispatch will advise you and say, there's a person in the yellow house that wants to speak to you. Can you stop by or have a plainclothes officer stop by them? So we'll go and do that. But in the past, that information has been broadcast for all the years. And everyone knows that person in the house is assisting us. So I think we need to rely on our uniform canvas at the active incident. And obviously, I defer anytime if somebody's looking for self-protection, listen to the officers that are in the field. Don't listen to necessarily whatever the other briefings are, whatever the social media chatter is. Listen to the officers in the field and follow their direction. I'll typically, we're dealing in the immediacy with media in that. My first option, because the information that we're getting is potentially a minute or two delayed. Listen to the uniformed officer first, if they're providing any direction. And then if you're not getting any of that direction, there's a good chance that hopefully that's not the immediately impacted area. So you listen to your social media channels or any other disseminations. And I, to your point, I think the community partnership is important. I just don't know if that's driven by people listening to the scanner who then take action based on information that may or may not be accurate.
All right. And there's nothing, also, what other areas in the state, are they going encrypted with their scanners?
There's dozens of agencies statewide, nationally. There's thousands locally. Schenectady County systems fully encrypted. The city of or the town of Connie is encrypted. Albany County has various portions of their system. Not the city of Albany County has various portions that are encrypted, and that's covering multiple types of disciplines. It's not just law enforcement because of those first two needs.
And what are their means of informing the public?
I think they're lesser than what we have. I don't want to speak to their project, but Saratoga County, I'm not sure if they're encrypted or not. We were modeling our Pulse Point program after them. I'm not even sure if they still use Pulse Point. So that they still do. But that's where we got the idea of Pulse Point along with conversations here. But they only use it in the capacity for, to my knowledge, for firing messages. And so I think by leading with this app, once again, and I wish our contract had more teeth in it to enforce the timeline of this radio project. We were on a delay of 18 months with Rensselaer County, not the people there, the vendors that they use. But I think that we wanted the only, to my knowledge, to provide that level of detailed information through an app, but I'm not certain.
So basically, like, so there's gonna be, the public, waiting several months to be alerted a little bit faster than what we are right now on certain.
So any incident with an injury would still be broadcasted for fire. So you know about an incident. Yeah. And I understand I understand that it's frustrating. I just don't know if you solve that by being, in my opinion, only irresponsible by not taking advantage of a solution that you have, while all those other checks and balances are still in place to address those other concerns.
Seems like there's a big gap here, and like, I wish that there was like a plan B of, okay, how, you know, while we're waiting for Tyler Technologies to go into play, you know, how are we gonna be able to, like, what's our other option?
Is that monitoring Troy Fire and then the communications that we put out about that instance.
That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Min.
So you mentioned that the Tyler Citizen Connect will have a filtered broadcast. And in developing the policy for what gets filtered in and what gets filtered out, do you have a written policy on that yet?
We also necessarily don't have control over those policies because we don't, other than being told in the contract will provide it. And I'm not here to discredit Runyon County. They're incredible partners, and the people of Bureau of Emergency Services work with us daily or weekly, if not daily. But it'll be one of the considerations for the entire project, is will be some sort of policies, not only what information is broadcast through that app, but how do we receive the information on the police department side? And then there's also an analytics side of that same portal that we would use internally for investigations, or our crime analysts would use, or potentially the city would be using grant processing and all that type of information. So no, we have a record management policy in place in order to be accredited that handles how we access the information and the information that we do have access to, and what we do with that information. But that'll be one of the steps of the new project, developing a general word for it.
Right, because clearly to launch that app, they will have to have some kind of criteria to sift through which gets put up on the app and is accessible to the public and which is not. And they will probably be coming to you for your expertise in what do you want as a department, what are the expectations with the oversight agencies that you are accountable to. And so the development of that sifting policy, filtering policy is something that needs to happen, you know, before that app is launched and available to the public. Is that a fair assessment?
I definitely agree. I think time we talk about any technological project, one of the sticking points is the policy. And typically, a lot of times it changes shortly after we launch. So we'll try to come together with the best information, and then we launch and we see how it's working. This is not going to bonify it, but that's why as an accredited agency, we review them every.
And the moment that we're at right now, we've switched to encrypted. Is it possible to switch back to the way we were?
Sure, I'm certain it is.
And one country is possible. But I guess part of my question is, we will have to, the county in partnership with Troy PD will need to develop some kind of a policy that helps determine what information in this new app gets shared with the public and what doesn't. And you've laid out some of the criteria that, you know, is obviously drove the decision to go completely encrypted. And so we're going to go from partially encrypted to public access to information again. So that conversation is going to have to happen. And is that something that there are a lot of very interested user groups, whether that's neighborhood groups, some reporters, press, and you know, free speech advocates, who the Police Oversight Review Board, who may be interested in working together to create that policy so that when this new app is launched, it is clear to the public which information they will be able to access and which information will not be able to access, and the reasoning why and it will be implemented. And is that sort of in developing that policy, is it something that the department might be considered willing to form a working group around with the Police Oversight Review Board and other interested parties?
I'd say yes, within reason. I mean, if there's certain stuff that we just don't want out there, there's certain private information that people, and somebody may say, well, I want that on there. Well, I'm sorry, but no, you know, I mean, we shouldn't have it out there. But the intent of the app is to provide information like there's a robbery that just occurred here, and there's a burglary that occurred here, and there's a car crash here, there's a fire here, and so on. So the intent is to provide that information that the community wants to know immediately. You know what I mean? So that's the intent. We're not trying to, the only thing we're trying to keep out of it is a lot of that personal information that isn't really necessary to anybody other than the investigator.
And just where we are at the moment, knowing that, you know, let's say worst case scenarios, we're 2 years out from having access to this app. Currently, we're fully encrypted. If there were the desire to go back to the old system, is that technology still available to the department or not?
So it's this, no, it's fine, it's the same system. So we upgraded to, not getting acknowledged, a new system, and at that same time, went encrypted. It would just
So,
be the-
There's always the possibility that if there was to go back to the way things were in the interim until the county system is in place. That's a possibility, that's one option. Stay the same until the county thing is in place. And is there sort of a hybrid? I know you had talked about like fire department uses a multi-channel and that you have your main channel and then talk groups. Are there hybrid options in the interim? Say over the next 2 years that you would be willing to consider, look at in discussion with maybe a guiding group of interested parties?
So we've had a hybrid solution in the past. The hybrid solution was active incidents, run patrol unencrypted, but our detective division and our emergency response team, things that are high risk, had encrypted channels that they work solely on. The issue with some sort of hybrid solution is that we're still back to these core issues of initial dispatch of the information being provided. It's coming over that channel, that talk room. We can structure, I mean, it's technology, we can structure it any way you want, but what you would then be asking officers to do is to manipulate their radios in the field while they're doing other things. We can't compare everything apples to apples with the fire department because they have other operational measures and they have different ways of necessarily doing things. Also, they have a totally different job in that once they get to a scene, they know it's certainly not safe. And I don't mean it to mean in many ways. It's in many ways, it's more dangerous than ours in a lot of capacities. But they're waiting for the officers to secure the scenes from other threats, not fire, and then they're just addressing that known issue.
Yeah.
So I think that though the different approaches to the job provide different operational measures that need to be taken into place. So the answer is we can make any solution technologically work. It's just, is that the most responsible, effective measure to use?
Right. Yeah, and there's different needs. And, you know, having a good policy so that there's predictable, consistent information so that the public knows what they will be able to get. Additionally, since Twitter is having some, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, what are Ilya doing this week? Are we looking at maybe some other social media platforms, or I know the city has the SMS alert system to be added into the communication toolbox. So that I know our SMS is for people who have subscribed to it. But just in case Twitter goes down or whatever it's called now, you know.
Sure. So we have obviously presence on the three, what we would consider the major social media networks currently, but obviously always to change. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, we see more for, and we've learned from trainings, whether it's law enforcement trainings or emergency management trainings, that Twitter, whether we like it or not, is the place for rapid news delivery. And that may change at any point, down or for a variety of arguments. That's where rapid news delivery occurs because it's in a timely manner. It's not conversation based. You can just get facts out quick. Typically, you post a lot of those same incidents to Facebook and Instagram, but because of algorithms and because of timelines, you may not be getting the most up-to-date information. You may be getting the most liked, commented information. So that's why we default for the rapid news information to Twitter, but that could change at any time as soon as something that's more readily available or effective to use is up. We participate in believe it's civic ready, but the city notification system, there's profiles built out for the police, but I think at this point, my understanding is it's not our system to necessarily administer. Our role on there is not necessarily for our, hopefully not day to day, but week to week, violent incidents, or rather dire need, natural emergency like management. But we have profiled, to my knowledge, built out that's run through city communications. But we participate, providing the information that we provide, whatever forum is best used by, I guess, our community. My understanding of it, and it's only my opinion, is Twitter, based on my learning, was the best used in the past because of those, an open profile on Twitter is because of those reasons was the best way to do it. But certainly if there's better solutions out there, then like I mentioned, Chief Wolf has let us kind of explode on social media and use whatever means we have available to us to get that information out.
Chair.
Councilmember Gully, I think is-
Yeah, I have Councilmember Gully online would like to ask a question.
Well, hi, everybody. Actually, my question got answered. So I guess I'll just kind of reiterate a couple things I heard tonight, that I think sometimes transparency and the information overload can actually hurt people out there listening to it. I know that we have to share information, and I certainly agree that any incident that goes on should be reported. But I don't think details should be given out, because I think that in that way we dig deeper into a sense of personal being there when we start talking about people, names, and addresses. So I agree that some situations should be left with just the incident, but I do think that should be shared. So I mean, we come to this crossroad where there's this Tyler system, and we have operations that are going on with our police now that keeps them safe and keeps public safe too, because a lot of that stuff isn't shared, which could cause them some hurt. I mean, I'm all for the distribution information, but it has to be done properly. And I don't think anything that's done right is done quick. So I think that maybe it's time to really take a look at this Tyler system and work hard to bring in a proper system and set it up the right way. Even if it takes a little time, it would still be the smartest thing to do, and it wouldn't waste manpower trying to do all these quick fixes that we're trying to create to better the information system. I do think, like I said, all incidents should be reported so people know what's going on in their neighborhood, but I think details should be kept so that our officers can do their proper work and they can end the cases. I want to applaud them for their efforts on that shooting at the dollar store. They got that guy, and I'm really happy about the work they do right now. And that information out there, when you get those radios going, a lot of times there's a lot of great people who listen to scanners. I grew up on it, and back in my day, you'd only hear noise on Friday and Saturday night, maybe 15, 20 calls. Now there's 100 every day. And it's crazy out there. It's a whole different world than when we grew up. And there's a lot of people who use this technology against our police and also against people that might speak up or say something when they're involved in the crime. So, and that percentage might be small, but it's very important, because that small percentage affects and hurts other human beings in our city. And that's what we have to be conscious of. I know we all want the information now, but I think we're better off just to put this in line and do it the right way and get that system that would help us all win at this information debacle we have. That's all. I don't really have any other questions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Councilmember Sored.
Doesn't that personal information though get inputted into the in-car computer that you guys have? So there would be no reason then to release that personal information through the scanners.
So it can,
Correct.
but anecdotally, if you're a police officer, you stop out with somebody, you're roadside with them, and you want to run a file check, you're not going to leave that person alone to go back to your car to type that information in, or request the information from dispatch and say, put it up on my screen, and then go back. A lot of times we're blessed having potentially more than one person there, but in not all circumstances. And then that still doesn't apply for, there's rapid action information. And let me be clear that I think the officer safety portion of it, because I don't want to hang our hat on that. That is the one component of this that could potentially be solved by a delayed system. We still have those other two in the moment. Those active scenarios, you're not going to ask that officer to go back to their car to look at their computer if they're dealing with something right in front of them. And that's where we're slightly different than the fire department, in that they need information. And the only reason they're putting it over the air is because they can't use some other means, a cell phone or computer. There's many cases when we potentially could use those things, especially our detectives, but they already utilize a lot of that stuff. They're not on the air asking for those things, so that personal identifying information through in the initial incident.
Are there any other questions from council members? Otherwise, I'd like to give the public some. Thank you. Please stay seated. There may be an opportunity for some further questions. At this point, I would ask you though, if you could share the mic. At this point, if there are members of the public who wish to speak before the council, this is your opportunity. I would ask that you state your name and whether you're a resident of Troy or not.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jeff Felschweider. I am a resident of the City of Troy and live on Clark Avenue. I am the proud owner of Sidewinder Photography, a news outlet that is in home in the City of Troy. I have dedicated myself to covering events, stories that shapes our beloved city, as well as other parts of the capital region day and night. I stand before you not just as a photographer, but a nationally accredited correspondent recognized for my contributions to the emergency services newspapers and national magazines. It's an honor to also to serve as the official photographer for the IAFF Local 86 Troy firefighters, capturing their dedicated efforts of our city and their brave actions. My journey into journalism and photography has been one dedicated and has been one of my dedication has been dedicated and persevered, earning me 2 national awards through the IAFF for the City of Troy. My work transitions borders with images and stories reaching audiences around the world, including gracing the cover of one of the most renowned fire magazines in the world, showcasing our very own city and our firefighters working hard and dedicated. Additionally, I've taken police cover magazines for our police officers here. While many perceive me as a hobbyist, I am not. I'm a committed professional journalist and photographer. City's emergencies. My fascination with the city's emergencies began at a young age. Since I was 5 years old, I've had a scanner in my house, allowing me to listen to the calls of our police and fire department. It was always my connection with the world outside and the understanding of the events shaping our city. In 2007, I founded Sidewinder Photography and embarked on a journey documenting our city's histories through my camera lens through the emergency services. Over time, my coverage expanded, encompassing police calls, while I shared through my social media platforms, gathering significant attention. As I divulged deeper into the industry and familiarizing myself with the terminology, the people, and the challenges they face on the streets every day, my appreciation for their dedication grew immensely. The 2017 year marked a pivotal moment for our city when I started seeing a high spike in violence and gun crime, praying with both challenges and opportunities. Through these years, I've penned numerous articles advocating additional support for both our officers and our firefighters, recognizing their needs for extra manpower for the growth of our expanding city. My primary source of information has been the scanners, enabling me to respond promptly to breaking news stories, provide real-time updates to our community. The scanners were a transparent window into the heart of the city, allowing residents to listen, understand the ongoing events, and foster a sense of security. Over time, my responsibilities expand as I started broadcasting one of the scanners to the public. This endeavor was supported by the community to have access to critical information for their communities to feel safe and have the knowledge of what's going on in their backyard. Today, nearly half of the City of Troy's population relies on this scanner in staying informed for emergency services activities. Approximately last month, Before the scanners went dark, 20,000 Troy residents tuned in each month, not including the additional 15,000 individuals that listened outside of the city of Troy. The scanners have become an integrated part of the city's fabrication, offering a transparent channel through which citizens can understand and engage with their surroundings. It's a channel that cannot be tampered with or altered, a steadfast source of information in a world increasingly depending on social media. And we all know there are outages of social medias, and once that's down, there's no other way of communications, but this would remain an active source of information that stays active unless our communication center goes down. As Assistant Chief Police Stephen Barker has said in the past here, as Assistant Chief Stephen Barker has assisted to the transparency and accountability and maintaining the recording of every transmission and accountability of various authorities for review. However, the encryption on the scanners has inadvertently excluded the public, the very taxpayers who fund this system, from the vital communication channels. The scanners serve as a bridge between our emergency services and the community, nurturing trust and understanding. My life purpose has been intricately woven with the profound desire to document and pivotal moments of our community, from the blazes of the fire scene, testing our firefighters to the urgent calls that propel our police officers into action. The emergency scenes have served as a canvas upon what I paint stories, resilience, unity, and underlying dedication of our first responders. However, with the onset of the radio communications, a shadow has been cast over my ability to fulfill my passionate pursuits. The various assurance of my right to endure the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness feels completely compromised. For the absence of the transparency, my ability to bear witness to the essential of our city echoes. The stories that encapsulate our shared humanity has been wiped out. With the encryption has inadvertently curtailed not only my ability to document, but also my right to contribute to the community when emergencies happen in the city. A disheartening infringement that resonates at the heart of liberty I hold dearly. Today, I implore you, members of the City Council, to consider the impact of this encryption on the community's transparency and trust. Our taxpayers deserve to have access to hear what is going on in their community that concerns their safety and well-being. I'm not here to advocate for unencrypting tactical channels or other sensitive communications similar to the undercover channels, traffic detail channels, or events channels, where those need to remain encrypted for the safety of the public. But I'm here to advocate to unencrypt the patrol frequency or the main dispatch frequency, where calls are dispatched to zone patrol officers as a means of sustaining transparency in our city. As I close my plea, I urge you to reflect on the recent grants, such as the GIVE grant, which emphasizes engagement, communications, and transparency. The path of violence reduction and community cooperation begins with providing the residents and stakeholders a voice and knowledge of incidents occurring in the surrounding communities. I am a stakeholder in my city. By embracing transparency, we foster trust, cooperation, and a safe community for all of us. In conclusion, I respectfully request the City Council to pass a resolution to unencrypt the patrol frequencies and main frequencies to allow the public access to have their own transparency. This little but significant act will assure our residents can hear the voices of our dedicated emergency services personnel and stay informed about their community safety. Let us continue to uphold the principles of accountability, openness, that defines the great city of Troy. And also, I'd like to add, I do run the scanners. Before the scanners went dark in the beginning of July, the police scanner was on a 5-minute and 45-second delay. It was a secondary scanner that was added to the system. The fire department scanner is on a 2-minute delay for the information that was being transmitted. I previously was contacted years ago by detectives to remove channels. I sat down in the parking lot of our police station at that time, that officer, while he clicked his microphone to remove all those channels that they needed removed from that system. I did so at the time. And he also recommended at the time to go to the delay. Didn't have to do that, but I did it because I believed that we will maintain the transparency for those scanners. Also, it's not always going across the fire scanners or the fire radios the way they are. They've changed the way they've been doing that to hide out the information. I've been noticing significantly lately. It used to go off as a shooting, a stabbing. Now it's just going off as a Delta call or a Charlie call in those manners. So we're no longer able to determine what the calls are. So if we're running to these scenes as a news reporter, we could be running to somebody's house that's necessarily having a medical emergency instead of having it properly dispatched as a shooting, a stabbing, or another type of an incident. Also, not all incidents that are critical are major significant bodily injury. And I can name one. The incident that went around the world that got over 12 million views and reaches was the Captain JP incident when it broke free and hit the bridge. I remember to this day receiving a phone call from my friend in New Zealand that it was on TV there. It was on TV in New Zealand that in Troy, New York, a boat broke free due to ice and hit the bridge. So it's not always these big and major emergencies that are what matter. And I can tell you another one, and that went again globally, was now Sergeant Laviano. The second coldest day of the year, he rescued 2 kittens from the Spring Little League that was dumped. I went over right after I heard him call out with it, and I began to take pictures and of them taking care of the cats. That's not a major incident. That's a heartwarming incident. And I'm a proud journalist in this city. My business is in the city. My house is in the city. I'm the only one remaining in my family in this city. These scanners mean a lot, not only to me, but to almost those 20,000 residents a month that listen to them. And I thank you for your time
Thank you, Jim.
and commitment.
Thank you.
Chair,
Council-
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
do you mind? Quick question. I just forwarded, legislation. Jeff, sent me legislation, regarding the encryption. So obviously you don't have to look at it right now, but, briefly, because we have a number of people in a hearing on the docket. Can you, like, in a minute, fill the council in what
Sure.
this legislation and number 2 question, real quick. Do you see any balance here, or do you propose anything other than the legislation or in addition to the legislation?
That's
Just
me. Yeah, sure. No problem. I'm gonna move this back.
You can hold it right there.
All right. So as you said there, we heard it took 18 months for them just to implement the new system down there at Runcer County Dispatch. It takes a very long time for Runcer County Dispatch. One thing I did learn as a county firefighter here is they always tell us, and I don't have my cell phone with me, is never to rely on an app or anything. To always rely on your radio and your pager. Those are the only means of trusty communication in this county. Those systems can go down in a moment's notice during large storms and everything else. They don't dispatch the calls over the apps. So, thank you. And as we see here, the calls could be missed by anybody, or they don't go out because the dispatchers are too busy, or they're shorthanded that day. Nobody wants to be a dispatcher today. It's a shorthanded division, just like our police and fire. Right? And we're all struggling to get people for these jobs. The one thing I proposed in that was just to maintain the patrol frequencies open to the public. That's what I want. That's a crucial piece of equipment or a piece of information that travels to the public here. To touch where we have numerous systems in this city, and the chief can attest to this. There's apps every officer there issued cell phones. They're usually what you would hear, and I frequently would listen, is you would hear them say, hey, everybody check your phone. I sent you over the description of the suspect and a picture. So that never went out to the public. Mental health calls and everything, our computer aided dispatch system that they have, those calls can be dispatched over to that. If they have access to it there, they usually could pull it up by the dispatcher giving out the call number of where they are on the screen. They can scroll down, they can see all that private information. There's numerous other talk groups out there that are secured. I removed a lot of those talk groups off of the scanner a long time ago so that the public didn't have access to them. So that, because I realized the crucial and importance of those. And the other thing, the portions up here, all I'm asking basically is for the patrol and main dispatch frequency to remain open to the public so the public can hear it. The news agencies hear it. Because at a moment's notice, we have to leave our house or leave where we are to run to these stories and show up to try to get video or pictures or bring the public a sense of what happened at that scene. And if we're showing up late and they're just breaking down the tape, the officers drive off, or the fire department is done with that incident, we've been just deprived our right of freedom of the press.
Jim?
So, and the other one, I just apologize, ma'am, is the other thing is technology, like we said before, we have it. This county has it. There's a lot of other ways we can get that information out to our officers in a quick, timely manner with including like apps like Crew Force, Crew Force is a CAD dispatch system that anybody that runs on CAD, they can get that, and it's an app that can go through the officers' phones. A lot of officers in communities around us, not sure if the city of Troy has it, but I know a lot of the officers in the city utilize a encrypted talk group too, to talk to each other on their cell phones when they need to stay off the radio.
Thanks, Deb. And Chair, I did send that to the chief's office.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Thanks, Angela. You just stated it.
Angela Beeler, I live in Jacob Street. The last time this was really on the agenda was June 2021. And at that point, we raised a lot of questions about how this technology works. And, from city council, there was not a lot of, knowledge on how these things work. I really appreciate this previous speaker who shares a lot of things about how these things work. And I think there was a lot that was illuminating in that about it. Why does one person get to decide which channels get shut off, shut on, turned on? Where is the space for this discourse amongst people who live in the city of Troy to talk about how these things work, ask this question? That last time, it was a lot about what is actually encryption, how does it work, why are we making this decision now? And it felt like at that time, this was guided by getting a grant and being guided by the technology, and not about what does it mean? What does transparency mean? What is accountability? On another note, we now have flock ravens in the city, which is AI technology that is listening. And we've asked a lot of questions to city council members about where did that come from and how does that work? And where are the policies around that? Where is that information being stored that's being put in a database? The same thing is with this. if you talk about a system that is going to filter, who is making decisions around how that is filtered? Everything, the press releases, when Sidewinder posts, those things all have frames around them. It's a story that is being told that someone makes a decision about. The radios, I agree that it's not a perfect thing. There are a lot of questions of privacy. If you're listening, it's very hard to decipher, one. And two, social security numbers are usually shared just by a 4-digit number. And I think we have to weigh the balance of like having access to the radio feeds and knowledge of what's going on in the city, ways to think about, how are policies being enacted? What happened, when a person was hit in a high-speed run through in a red light on Hoosick not that long ago? What happened when there was another, I think just shortly after the encryption happened, a high-speed chase? What is happening there, and how do we understand what is occurring in our city? And so I think it's interesting. There's a lot of concern from a wide spectrum, from those who are concerned about what kind of crime is going on in the city, and those who are also concerned about that, but also about questions of accountability and transparency and who's making decisions, where do we get information on this, and where are we between June 2021 and today, to think about where we are now, what happens if it gets opened up again, and how are we bringing people together to ask the questions about who dictates changes, who's monitoring it, who is running it, and who gets to make a decision about what goes on or off at any given time. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to share that, and to say there's a lot of things I disagree with what goes over on Sidewinder, but also it is true. That's a place you can go to find out what's happening in a rapid pace, because in other places it takes a while for it to get to the media. And I hope that more media folks in the region will speak up on this, because I think we deserve that.
Thank you. We have a room for, could I ask you, if at all possible, to limit your comments to around 3 minutes? We're running over already. Thank you.
I have a packed agenda. Want me to order pizza again? My name is Rhea Drysdale, and I live at on Massachusetts Avenue. I don't know if I should share all the details, privacy concerns. All right, kind of a joke, because I don't think you actually do share social security numbers on the radio. Do you? I thought it was a 4-digit policy. Confirm a warrant. So most of the time, probably not. Will you publish the policy you create to the City of Troy's website? Will you publish all policies you have to the City of Troy website? Okay. Will you grant credentials and access to media and select citizens who can apply and sign a usage agreement with the data privacy policy in place to address confidentiality and security concerns?
You speaking of Mike?
Sure.
Did it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, we only have one word.
Oh, wait.
I think that's something that we'd have to entertain either for a working group or to the aspects of our operations may be impacted by it. We've just discussed it in the past, but what you get into the potential quandary of is who do you or who do I want to decide who is for me? And that's not something that the police department obviously should ever be involved in. Basically, we encounter our job, and if we encounter someone in the street and they say to the media, you're the media to me. And so when we entertain that in the past, it's what is the authority that then determines who's a member of the media or who is a legitimate member that deserves that access, which I think will determine.
I agree with that. I don't think the department should determine who he is. I do agree with the need for freedom of the press. Sidewinder, you're doing great work. Photo looks good in the magazine. Picture is a rare highlight. So in terms of who should have access, Sidewinder, local watchdogs, Cop Watch on Twitter, certainly done a lot of work. It's interesting that you're saying that the department will be transparent when the project was underway for at least a decade. Is that correct? but we didn't hear about it until June of 2021. And I don't think it's been brought up to anyone in this room since, unless there are conversations that we weren't privy to. In terms of having internal conversations with city council and citizens that we weren't made aware of, it'd be nice to be more informed, given that there was just a large meeting about all the reforms that you had to meet the governor's executive order for 203. And I understand that those reforms are still mostly minimum standards, except for the emotionally disturbed persons training. I don't think you're actually in compliance with ACANT yet.
Yes, we are.
You might want to take a look at
I
that
did.
documentation again.
We are.
Could we, I think we should limit our dialogue if we would, I appreciate.
I'll take that.
Could you just please
So-
make your statements?
The statement is that in terms of accountability and transparency in this city, it is lacking, and there's a documented proof of that. So when it comes to media, I'm sure that like the city of Baltimore, you can come up with what is called a memorandum of understanding that can easily be put in place to qualify anyone that is a citizen or a journalist based on a certain level of criteria. If you can create a policy for who to hire in the city, who gets contracts in the city, I'm sure you can figure out who can have access to the radios and that those people would be willing to sign whatever documentation is needed. So I wonder, would you sign something saying that you want to misuse information?
Priya, please, let's just keep it to,
Please don't. I'm being professional.
I'm trying to move this along.
I know, and I want to be respectful of Harbor Point. Since, let's see if we want to say anything else. Sensitive channels can be encrypted, they should be, patrol and dispatch should be public, and mainly that's gonna be it. I will leave it at that. I kept it short and sweet, but I'm gonna be honest from an accountability perspective. I appreciate a lot of questions that happened, but there can be more informed questions, and part of accountability has to come from the city council. I
Thank you.
expect you to be a part of that process, given all the work that you've done with the working group.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very short, please. This is, I just want to clarify, this is not the end of the conversation, folks. There will be other opportunities for speaking. Unfortunately, tonight, it may not be the night.
I understand that. Super quick. So the big.
Your
concern
name,
was-
please.
Oh, Brian Browsen, live on Sixth Ave, District Two. So the big concern was privacy and things of that nature. And you're looking to control a broadcast. Could you do what he was doing with a separate broadcast on a 5-minute delay and just use what like every radio station in America's doing with a cough button? That way you could just edit out people's names and private information, addresses, things of that nature.
I imagine we could, now I'm speaking over my skis, I'm sure we could find a way to broadcast under the delay, but to the same extent, that gets us to that protects the officer safety portion, those other two. I don't want to speak about a call button, I gotta imagine it's possible with technology, but now I don't know who would control that call button. You're asking the dispatcher to do it, who's already doing the rest of their work. So you'd have to have another, I guess, member of the police department do it. I just think it's not like all this information is going to avoid, never be seen again. It's all documented redundantly by multiple agencies. And I understand that anytime a timeline's given technology, it's rough, but there is a potential end there with the options that we've been providing that we're then in turn providing. So to your point, I think anything's on the table. I'm just not sure how logistically that would be accomplished, but it's.
Ryan, could you just make your points?
Yeah, I get that.
Appreciate it.
I think what I'm saying is it's a documented thing that's very efficient. It's on every broadband radio ever. And it's going to be a little bit quicker to implement. And I think it's going to be a little bit more cost efficient to hire on one more person than to try to develop a brand new app, brand new system, brand new operating system than to just do call button. If not, cool. I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks, Sue.
Thank you, Ryan.
Chair,
Yes, Council President.
no jokes, cats allowed in chamber, okay?
Now that was rude. I want to thank everyone for their participation tonight. As I said earlier, this is not the end of our conversation. We all have a lot to learn and to discuss. And I want to thank all of the participants. And I would entertain a motion to.
One final, so sorry, Chair.
Steve, are there any other munis, and I recognize the Sheriff's Department patrols a number of munis here in the county. Is the county sheriff, are they contemplating this, and Hoosick Falls, do they have it, East Greenbush, or are they contemplating this? I believe we're the first ones, correct, or no?
I imagine we're the first ones in the county for our patrol channel. And I want to reference, one of the speakers brought up a good point about if everything else were to go down, and radio, for whatever reason, was our only method of communication. There's still talk groups that exist on our system that are unencrypted, the citywide channel and incident channel. And those are meant for any radio that we program out. We have radios that go to hospitals, that go to schools, obviously all local emergency response partners. If for some reason we want to broadcast information not through civic radio or those other methods, we would still have that option to go to those frequencies which are open and clear and then broadcast, I guess, whatever emergency message we would get on that. So that was a good point that was brought up. I can't speak for the other agencies and their intentions. I can speak for the resources that we consulted at the federal, state, and local level are encouraging all emergency response, not just police officers, to consider and pursue encrypted reasons for the reasons that we provide. And I can certainly, I can attach those documents to some of the other emails we've already sent that come from the federal level and the state level.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chiefs.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mem, how about the motion to adjourn, and I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned, and thank you again.
Thank you. We'll begin the hearing in about 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
How's everything? That's what, well, that was the next part. Let's see that.
Chris, thank you.
Very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that 30 minutes?
I was saying that. Yeah. So, yeah. So all technology we can want to be. They're we're in the process. Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're getting married. Just click this little website. Yeah.
All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to get the second hearing, resuming. Brian, thank you. Talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I would ask folks, if you have combos to bring them in the hallway, please. I want to once again thank our chiefs, thank our chair and the public for, beginning the conversation. You said Sue, is just the beginning. Okay. Waiting for our legislative assistant.
You guys on break?
Eric, if you could just ask folks, anyone related to the Harbor Point and if the deputy mayor. And if the deputy mayor's out there or anyone else, we'd love for them to join. Thank you. Famous. Awesome. Hey, guys. Oh, for your wife only. So now you get at a council hearing unless you share. What is that? Okay, all right, I am going to call to order, bear with me. Okay, I'd like to call the second public hearing to order. If folks could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And our legislative assistant, if you could please take a roll.
Councilmember Gully.
That's
Councilmember Figueroa. Councilmember Steele.
present.
Councilmember Lynn.
Present.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Present.
Councilmember Soriento.
Here,
Council President Mantello.
I am here.
5 here, 7 absent, or 2 absent. and 11.
Well, levity.
Council President, I move the council resolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purpose of conducting a public hearing.
Okay, and Seamus, if you could please read the publication.
The City Council of the City of Troy will hold an investigative public hearing on Thursday, August 17th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. In the City Council Legislative Chamber, Troy City Hall, 433 River Street, 5th floor, Troy, New York, regarding the following matters: the unsafe conditions of the structures at the Harbor Point Gardens apartment complex that necessitated an emergency evacuation of more than 50 apartments. There will not be a public forum at this meeting other than those who have been requested to testify. The meeting shall be live streamed on City Council's YouTube channel.
Thank you, and we do have a list of testimony from various folks. It should be at the desk. Just very quickly, this hearing is about finding out what went wrong, finding out what could be better. And most important, finding out what we can do better. That is what we owe, not just to the people of Harbor Point, but to the people of the city of Troy. Tonight, we'll hear from members of the administration about their efforts. Unfortunately, we will not hear from the ownership and the management of Harbor Point because they have thus far resisted our efforts to testify under oath. What is clear to me is that we need more answers from the owners and the management of Harbor Point. And we will get them. This council is committed to reissuing subpoenas consistent with the judge's ruling yesterday. This is not easy. These are tough questions, but that's the job and that's what we'll do. Thank you all for coming tonight. Additionally, I want to make it clear, we are not going to be intimidated by some high-priced law firm who is challenging our very right to protect our citizens of Troy. As I mentioned, this is not easy. These are tough questions, but there is a job for us to do. I want to thank everyone for coming this evening. And I'd like to call the first witness, and that would be Deputy Mayor Chris Nolan. Thank you for joining us, Chris. I will ask you to voluntarily raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today? Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Council.
Yes.
I would like to sit the administration.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rick. All right, so, I think first and foremost, Chris, to date, and we'll hear more in depth from Carlo and, Code. But, where do you feel, it's come along since our last hearing to date? And then I do know council members have questions, so thank you.
Is this, okay. The things are progressing not as quickly as I would like. City staff are on site essentially daily on a regular basis, at Harbor Point. On a positive note, and Jesse can speak more to this, we did receive a request from Harbor Point, this morning to inspect 7 additional apartments. That is going to be scheduled for tomorrow for that inspection to take place. So things are progressing. I don't recall the exact time we last spoke, but a building permit has been issued. One had not been issued at the last, when the last hearing happened. So one has been issued now. City staff are working with Harbor Point. And we are our staff are in regular conversations with them.
And Chris, I'm just going to ask one question, and I know a couple others have a number of questions, and I know your time is limited due to another commitment, but last week I attended a legal aid and assistant attorney general meeting on 2 fronts. The assistant attorney general mentioned, which was kind of a shock to me, that they were potentially investigating the temporary eviction process, and that they were investigating that. And have you had any conversations with the assistant attorney general regarding that potential investigation?
We've had 3 or 4 conversations with the New York State Attorney General's office as of yesterday morning. They have voiced some concerns as far as public hearings. One of the opportunity for the residents to come in, we would obviously respond to any request for a hearing from a resident. One of the key issues, we do not have the contact information for the residents that were evacuated from Harbor Point. And actually, in our conversation yesterday, the Attorney General's office said they're willing to assist us in trying to get that information from the owners of Harbor Point. We have put out there the engineering report, the code violation notices, which outline the specific items that have been found to be faulty on site. I will say that different things have been uncovered after reviewing the brick facades. So, for example, I certainly did not expect that we'd find apartments without smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. As far as a specific investigation of the city of Troy, we have not had that conversation.
Thank you. And then my second part of this, the assistant attorney general, we talked, and a number of tenants are contacting me and probably other council members, and their units are being opened, which we were told are subpar. Obviously, none of us anticipated, or I'm not going to live in a subpar unit that, maybe the window is half in, half out. I don't know, but I am hearing some horror stories. I also am told a number of tenants, which is fact, have moved to other complexes because their units are subpar. They're fighting to get their deposit back, etc. But when these units are being opened, does the city inspect each unit? And when we talk about subpar, how sub is this? And I just don't feel that that's acceptable. But if you could maybe.
So I'll defer. Code does do an inspection of the apartment before an individual can move back in. We require the engineer from Harbor Point to first certify that it meets the 2020 New York State Property Code. I can't remember the exact terminology, but it's in the materials that you've received previously. Code does an inspection, and they can speak more to what they look for as they're inspecting apartments. our goal and what we mentioned at the last hearing is our goal is to get residents back into the apartment units. We know in some cases additional work needs to be done. The threshold that I was told by our engineer is safe and fit. You know, there might be some things that are subpar, you know, certainly it surprises me to hear if a window is partially out. You know, so that's something that we would definitely want to take a look at, but I'll let the code enforcement officer speak to what they look for specifically.
Fair enough, and I will let other council members, if you'd like to ask questions, go through the chair, please. Any questions?
Sure.
Council member Mann.
Thank you, Chair. So when the buildings on June 22nd were deemed unfit for human habitation, can you, well, let me back up. In your tenure, in working with the administration, have there been any other buildings in the city of Troy deemed unfit for human habitation?
We'd have to check our code files for that. This is the only instance where I've been specifically involved because I was because we do not have a city engineer. I'm the one that called the engineer on site that morning, so I met with them with code enforcement at Harbor Point. Okay.
How were the residents and owners notified about, like, what methods did you use to notify them that their units were unfit and they would have to immediately vacate?
You know, code enforcement can speak to more specifically what they did. I know that they knocked door to door. I spoke with residents in addition to our code enforcement staff. We also had the commissioner for public works there, and he was assisting in this process. Code enforcement put placards on the doors if specific units, my understanding is that code enforcement put placards on the doors if only certain units in a building were deemed uninhabitable and need to be evacuated. In the case where it's an entire building that put placards on all the entry doors, my understanding. We held a press conference that day, not having the contact information for the residents. The mayor held a press conference that day to notify the media and hopes to get it out to the residents. Additionally, the engineering report and additional information were made available, I believe, the next day. And that was also placed on the city website. I have to check with Frank about if that website, I can't remember if it went online on the 23rd or if it was at a future date, but I know it was fairly quickly.
What would have happened for any one of those residents who looked at their apartment and they say, we disagree? What would have been their next step based on the information that you provided to them through any of these forums?
I have to defer to code enforcement on the specific process for how they have asked for the hearing. Discuss it further.
Were they informed?
They could have contacted us. We also created a hotline for them to be able to contact, which, you know, I know that we maintained on a 24/7 basis because I was answering the phone on the night of the 22nd.
In any of the documents that you oversaw and saw, was there any information about how the owner or an occupant could appeal the decision that the city made?
So this was an emergency evacuation.
It's just a yes or no question.
I can't speak to what information was specifically. I know that the placards were put on the door.
I asked about the documents that you saw or touched. Did you see anything about what is the process to appeal this decision made by the city of Troy? Was that included in any of the documents that you personally saw or created?
It depends on what you consider an appeal. So
What's
for
the-
example, I'll say that the engineering report was submitted to the property owners. There were also meeting minutes with an opportunity for them to challenge the results of those minutes. At any point, if someone had reached out, we would be happy to meet with them regarding the findings of code or the engineering report.
There's a duty to inform people of the due process. And what I want to know is, any of the documents that you personally saw or created or disseminated, did you see language specific informing occupants or owners of how they could appeal the decision of the city of Troy?
I would have to go back and review the documentation. I don't recall.
You don't recall. Thank you. Any other council members? at the moment have a question?
Okay, would any other council members want to question? Yeah, council member Soriento.
So, Chris, on June 21st, 2023, you chose LaBelle Associates to assess the stability of the brick veneers at Harbor Point, is that correct? Did you put out a bid involving any other companies before you made that decision?
No,
Why not?
Labella is under contract to provide engineering services for the city of Troy.
Okay.
They, along with CHA, can provide those type of engineering services.
Okay. Do you have any special expertise or training with respect to reading code enforcement files or laws? Any type of training on that?
I do not.
No. Okay. So were you aware from reviewing the code file that on June 13th, a 30-day statutory period for the landlord to submit an engineer's report or correct the wall violations had expired?
I was.
You were, okay.
That's one of the reasons why I was there at the future date.
See there. For now.
Okay. Anyone have any other questions for the deputy mayor?
I will.
Yeah.
I do have one regarding, since it's under your office of deputy mayor, the landlord registration statement. Which you've been able to provide to us. Do you understand this to be a complete and acceptable registration form? And have you had a chance to see it, or would you like a copy to review?
I have not looked at it recently, so I would have to review that to see. I would also have a conversation with code enforcement. I believe Jesse has already said that he didn't think that was up to spec.
And what do you do? You know, what does your office do when they do find something like this that isn't up to spec? What's the process to correct that?
I would rely on the staff and code enforcement to reach out to the property owner, which Jesse did in that case. And then they submitted that document. I don't think that has been the focus of our conversation with Harbor Point at this point. It certainly could or would become. Our focus has been working with them to try to get people back into the apartments that are safe and fit as expeditiously as possible.
Well, since part of the point of these hearings is to figure out what we can do better and how we can better support our code department so that they can, you know, do their work more efficiently, so we don't have to scramble to figure out who owns the property, which was a fairly substantial part of our last conversation. You know, I think it's good for us to understand the processes that you're using and the public to understand that. So that people know what the expectations are. And if, you know, and if there's a gray area and what that gray area might look like.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point. One of the issues here is LLCs sitting within LLCs within LLCs. And it becomes very problematic for a city to try to not only find the property owner, but also enforce. And that's one of the reasons I'll also say why we have a new process where we go through the Secretary of State and are working with a local law firm based out of Albany to deliver tickets to the Secretary of State to then deliver to those LLCs in an official manner. But yes, we've just hitting the tip of the iceberg.
If you were gonna do this again, what would you do differently?
it's a tough question to answer. I mean, I was only brought in at a certain point in time. I'm just happy I was there at the moment to make the call when I was looking at the wall and when I spoke to Victor from Harbor Point, and when he said he wasn't sure when he could get an engineer on site. That's when I said, Victor, you know, I'm gonna bring in an engineer here on an emergency basis. You know, do you give me permission? He said, yes. We had LaBelle there the next day. I'm happy that no brick facades collapsed into a building with somebody inside.
Since we don't have a director of code enforcement, as deputy mayor, what has been your role in the operations of the code enforcement department?
So I work closely with Dave Sharon and the other code enforcement staff. You know, on an as-needed basis.
Are you filling the roles that are like mandated under New York State law for a director, a department director to complete survey work in terms of like the state of our buildings? Like as a whole, there are certain things under that job requirement. Are you completing those tasks, or are they delegated to someone else?
I can't speak to specific tasks. I can say one reason why we posted out the position of the director of code enforcement is because of the importance of leading our code enforcement department here in the city.
Chris, following up, one of Councilmember Ben's questions, the landlord registration statement, it's not dated. Do you know why?
I don't.
Okay, do you know when they signed this, or?
I do not. I could ask Jesse when he at least received it. I don't know if he knows when it was signed. We can get back to you and check the files though.
I think the February 2016 is the form. When it was dated. Okay, and we'll, if you don't have a copy, I'm sure you know, you could have this one, I'd be happy to. Thanks, sir. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Soriano.
Did you consider what the long-term consequences might be of vacating 58 apartment units and making 135 people homeless?
So it was an agonizing decision, which involved leadership of the city of Troy, including the mayor, Rick Morrissey, code enforcement staff, and multiple conversations with the engineer. So yes, it's not a decision taken lightly and not one that I specifically can take. But we had a lot of conversations very quickly that morning based on the severity of the situation. It became quickly clear in conversations with the engineer, the two engineers, based on the health risk. The risk of bodily harm, I should say.
Did you or anyone else consider any alternatives to vacating the 58 units at Harbor Point?
Such as?
Any type of options, plan B, something, any type of alternatives? Did you?
Recommendation of the engineer was an immediate evacuation, and then we consulted with code enforcement. The risk was essentially that a brick could go flying through a window and there could be a person sleeping on the other side. There could be a baby, there could be anything. So, you know, our code enforcement staff are not engineers. I'm not an engineer. That's why we called the engineer on site to look at the brick facades. And it was their assessment that we based our findings on. And also their assessment that the engineer for Harbor Point eventually agreed with.
Also, have you ever read any advisory material by the New York State Division of Buildings and Codes that was created to provide guidance to code enforcement officials related to situations involving unsafe buildings and due process rights of tenants and owners?
I have not personally, no.
And with respect to the procedures followed or the actions taken concerning the violations recorded on May 9th, this was already answered, pretty much saying, would you have done anything differently? But you can't answer that, huh?
Again, this is an emergency evacuation based off of, bringing an engineer on site to look at the brick facades, a situation we were in because Harbor Point failed to bring in their own engineer. It was after seeing the building and after them being unable to say when they could get an engineer on site to issue the report that the city stepped in and brought LaBella in. It's tough to say what we would have done differently as I think of how serious the nature was.
And Chris, now that you have the landlord registration statement, I know I'm focusing on this, but when we had asked at the first hearing, I believe it was stated, yes, they did send it in. Is this normally at the deputy mayor's office, and wouldn't it more be out of code? And then I didn't, like I said, there's no date, no signature, and I believe that the total number of tenants is inaccurate because, you know, there's more than one person living in some of these units. So yeah, they put 124 and then 124 tenants, which is inaccurate. So I just, if we could find out like why it wasn't signed, why it wasn't dated, and do these normally have the deputy mayor in that code?
So if they're received by, some of them go directly to code. If they're received by me, I forward them over to code enforcement.
But the form, is it a code, is it derived from code enforcement or the deputy mayor's office?
Yeah, we have to check specifically.
Do we know who signed this? It says signature of owner.
I can't say specifically, it does say manager Victor Mandel, and it does appear that it could be the signature of Victor Mandel, who was the individual I spoke to on the 21st, who, you know, when he said he couldn't give us the engineering report, could not say when he could, gave us permission to bring our own structural engineer on.
Actually, the owner would have to sign unless he designated Victor, but I don't know. And it's not dated. I don't know. I was surprised it came out of the deputy mayor's office and, you know, not code.
Yeah, that's something that's, I don't know how long it's been that way.
Okay. Any other questions for the deputy mayor? Council members or
I was told that there was a video made of you directing code enforcement officials to place placards on buildings declaring them unfit. Is that true, and why?
Frank released video that he took the day of me and other staff on site.
Why?
Because some of the media had asked if they had heard that the city was actually not there. So Frank released that video and photos, is my understanding. Which it perplexed me quite a bit, by the way, because I'm not quite sure how the placards would appear on the doors if the city of Troy was not on site. But that's what you know, I believe Frank had, my recollection is that's what Frank had heard, so that's why he released that.
I can jump in here just to fully disclose. I did go up that late morning with council member Sorienta. And we were up there for a number of hours and we went up twice, but while we were there, we did see a code enforcement officer, but then they had left. And I must tell you, it was mass chaos and there was no one at the time other than the two of us from the city. And there literally were people coming out of the buildings who didn't even know that they were being temporarily evicted. And, you know, I said to a couple of them, I'm very sorry. And the tenants were like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you're being temporarily evicted. So, you know, I think looking back to get back to what initially, you know, I had talked about, and many of us, you know, clearly things need to be done better. And in this case, I mean, I just haphazardly had heard about this eviction. Speaking to a reporter, and it just evolved. And when I say mass chaos, people were crying, people were at work. And like you said, Chris, obviously the communication absolutely horrible by the owners. I'm not sure about the city yet, and that's why we're talking about this, but I must say, it's just someone who just found out about this, and showing up on site. It was, like I said, just not handled appropriately. These are human beings, and these folks, like I said, many of them didn't even know they were being evicted. So, it was not a good picture. And from that day to today, I just continue shaking my head, but
I'll just add that, that day on site, yeah, I spoke to a number of the residents too, and I agree that it's just an incredibly emotional time, and you're unexpected, and it's unexpected to have to evacuate. I certainly wasn't expecting we would have to evacuate residents. And, we did have Dave, myself, and Jesse, had a conversation with Zebby. Mike, who you mentioned before, I forget his last name.
evangelist.
And there was another individual, based on the conversation we had them, I thought they were gonna raise, we had placard, we had gone door to door, we had, stopped residents in the parking lot, et cetera. I had the feeling they were going to, I thought they were gonna tell the residents what was going on, that they had to handle the situation. Obviously, we're in a different scenario, and we know these characters better now than we did that day. So, and I do also think that's one of the key pieces where, if an emergency evacuation of this scale has to be ordered, and I do this in, city of Troy, New York State, we should get the contact information within, I say, less than 24 hours for every single resident. And that's why, we've had a conversation with Assemblyman McDonald, and we had this conversation with DAG's office as well. How can we force the landlord to give us that contact information so we can get the right information to them? We dropped off 100 copies of the flyer that we created to the travel lodge just to try to get the information to the residents, and with ways of how to contact the city. Communication has been very difficult, but especially very difficult when the landlord will not give us the tenant contact info.
And Chris, when you said door to door, was it the building or the units? Because from my understanding, it was only the buildings, because these folks were in their units and, they didn't know.
My understanding is door to door to the individual units in a building. So that's what I saw. I can't say with 100% certainty that they hit every single unit of the 58. There was a lot happening at that point.
Yes, Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Just a suggestion in terms of like collecting contact information, maybe like when you're talking to people, you collect their phone numbers and email and all that. Like, I don't know if that can be happening with the code officers that go there, but, and like leaving, I don't know if you guys leave like your business cards when you put something on like the paper, the placards on the doors, things like that, in terms of like, I don't know if you guys have like a customer relationship management system or some sort of like spreadsheet. There's a lot of ways in which you can be collecting information, and maybe just something like that.
I could get you more information on it, but that's exactly what we did. Is we collected information that the residents gave us that day. And then even at the last hearing, we walked around and collected contact information for any resident. And Frank has created an email and text alert system. We promised a number of those individuals that it would only be communications from the city of Troy regarding Harbor Point. They were very cautious about even giving us the contact info, to tell you the truth. But we have been collecting it just like that along the way. And the one thing that I hear is when there have been a number of the tenants that once they start seeing our updates, especially in the month of July, how thankful they were for it, which I appreciate. It's still not enough. Because we can't, we don't have the power to solve their problem. The landlord has to fix the unit to get them moved back in.
Yeah. And,
But it's a great idea. I completely agree.
yeah, and I think relying on landlords. Yeah, especially LLCs in the city of Troy, they like have indicated that they're not, interested in their tenants knowing what's going on.
Yeah, and that's even why we went, dropped off the flyer at the Travel Lodge. I don't know. The Travel Lodge may have had a best, I'll just say, I can say that they probably have a vested interest of, they're getting paid by the landlord, so I don't know how many made it into the hands of those tenants that were there. I'm hopeful that maybe the Travel Lodge did. I can't speak for certainty, but we did our best to try to get that out to them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in my experience communicating with constituents, it's
Yeah.
person to person.
Oh, yeah.
Knocking on doors, giving like personal phone calls, all that, that's how you get. Probably the best.
And we did consider, by the way, going door to door on the Travel Lodge, but it's private property. And also not everyone at the Travel Lodge was from Harbor Point. So it did not feel right to go randomly knocking on doors in a motel, which is why we left them in the front area of the motel. Didn't feel right to me, I should say.
Council President.
Councilmember Surriento.
Chris, last week I sent you an email requesting a list of the residents that were displaced. I didn't even receive an acknowledgement that you acknowledged my email. Why?
I'm sorry, I thought we had responded to that. The residents, we can't give out their contact information. In conversations with them, they've asked for just city correspondence, but if you have a message that you want us to get out to that group, so for example, the most recent meeting that happened last week, where we were in conversations with legal aid, we sent information about that meeting out through the list that Frank maintains about that meeting. So if you have information, would be, that would be
So
appropriate.
did Rick, you were in the email also. Did you get that email? Mayor, did you get that email? I mean, it was pretty clear. If you really didn't feel comfortable providing that, all you had to say is, I'm not gonna give that to you, but you didn't even, you just ignored my email pretty much.
No, I thought you received an answer.
No.
From me, so I apologize for
It's not
that.
the first time, we know that, but no.
Well, I apologize for that. But again, we won't give out the contact information, and I would defer to Rick on that piece. But if you have a message that you want to get out to the tenants, specifically, like, for example, about the legal aid meeting that we helped to organize, I unfortunately was not able to attend because it came together very quickly. We can do that.
I did attend the legal aid and the assistant attorney general's meeting, and legal aid stated that this is by far the worst case that they've seen in 33 years. I guess what is blowing me away is that I just continue to not see light at the end of that tunnel. And if it's the worst case in 33 years, I must tell you, I was semi-disappointed. I mean, the meeting, was helpful. They sent out the constructive eviction process, etc. The assistant AG did talk about that, the city may not have followed the eviction process properly. But at the end of the day, I don't think there were any answers to questions, or should I say, there were answers to questions, but nothing really was solved. Did you get that feeling? So I think, it was helpful. Some questions were answered, but there just was no resolution on a number of issues. And, I guess for me, what really is annoying me is you're essentially what I'm being told, and we'll hear from tenants in a few minutes, but people are not going back to Harbor Point, and they're essentially being told your unit's ready, your unit's subpar, we're not going to pay your motel bill, and they're being forced back into this subpar unit. And at the same time, we have literally lost like 20 different, folks. And or I should say 20 units have left the complex, which maybe is the owner's MO here. But saying that, I'm just very, very frustrated by all of this. And, like I said, I don't know where the end is. And, I know some headway has been made, but I continue to hear, okay, we want to get folks back into their unit, safely, etc. But the folks don't want to go back to the unit because it's crap. I mean, these units, I'm seeing pictures and I wouldn't live in them. Nobody should, be this inhumane treatment disgusts me. And I know I continue to go down that path, but saying that,
Council President,
yes.
if I could just add, I am with you with your frustration and, I wish Harbor Point, the reps were here. In my opinion, they lied at the last hearing. And on a number of points, which we clarified afterwards, I'm with you with your frustration. And, I feel like I'm doing as much as I can within my understanding of what's allowed in the law, but I'm with you with your frustration. And I don't, some of these issues with the units, what we've done is it's peeling layers on an onion. You find the first issue with the brick facade, then they removed the brick facade and damaged the drywall, putting holes in walls. My understanding is structural damage, right? Which now they're fixing. The layers of the onion just keep going, and how far do they go? I'm with you with your frustration. And, the worst thing, and this is where you're coming from, is the frustration residents are feeling.
And, just lastly, I did contact, I did hear from National Grid, folks were also being charged. National Grid Spectrum, when they haven't lived in the unit, but Grid was not contacted about this. Some of the meters don't even work. People are being double, triple charged. Grid did contact me. I put Grid in contact with Eric. And hopefully that connection was made to Grid wants to resolve that issue. So, for folks out there, some tiny positives have, come out of these hearings, just, certainly not enough in my eyes. Chris, regarding the flyer, I didn't see that. Could you provide the council with a copy of that flyer? And I don't know if someone checked it, but I don't think the tenants ever got that flyer.
So that's the one that was dated June 30th. And it's on the website and also was in the materials. I can certainly resend it to you. I'm happy to do so. But it was that specific flyer.
Okay. And I mean, I did ask tenants because, we popped over a couple times to the travel lodge. They said they didn't see a flyer.
Yeah, and I'll also add that we did that flyer after multiple attempts of asking the landlord for the contact info. And what I consider a delaying factor. Oh, yes, we asked them on the Friday, the 23rd, I believe it was Friday. And they said, oh yeah, we'll get it to you Saturday. And then I remember speaking to Lisa on Saturday. Oh, well, I need to check. I'll get it to you on first thing Sunday morning. And then, we spoke to their lawyer during the week. So, there was a delay, I'll just say, between the 23rd and, the 30th, but that was because we were trying to get the contact info, and if that was born out of frustration.
And Chris, one of my last questions, has the AG's office asked for any documents from the city? I understand they have not mentioned an investigation of the city, but have they requested any documentation or anything?
So we have given them the information from the website. And that includes all the violations, all the information the council has received, etc. I did voluntarily give them yesterday, because they asked about communications to the residents, to the tenants off that email list. So Frank pulled together an Excel file of the messages that have gone out, so I voluntarily sent that to them yesterday, so they have that in background as well.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Councilmember Mann.
In trying to get contact information or at least names, has the city looked at voter registration as a way of identifying who people might be, or reached out to National Grid or published anything in the newspapers where there are other entities that have people's contact information because they'd like to build them, and have we reached out to see if we can get information to them through that, or just done something simple like put an ad out in the newspaper asking for people to provide their contact information so that they can get resources.
And that's where, the voter registration piece, no, that's an interesting idea. And we can certainly reach out to National Grid. I don't know if they would give us that kind of information, but it's worth an attempt. When we did meet, I don't want to say every time, but many times when we did media interviews, what we did was ask the media to put the hotline number out there, whether that be news or on, TV, to say for the residents, most importantly, to please call. And then that also morphed into, here's the information for the legal aid, Northeastern New York before they had that meeting. That's a good idea. We could check with the voter reg files and we could reach out to National Grid.
And also the school district, they will have a record of students that were planning on being enrolled. Like if we're really scrambling to get complete contact information and we're not, serving the warrant appropriate grounds to the landlord or taking them to court to get the information, and has that option been pursued to sue the landlord for that information?
And I can't speak to that, but I will say, based on the conversation yesterday with the Attorney General's office, I can't say that they said they can definitively get the contact info for the tenants, but it certainly was more promising. They are a different authority than the city as a statewide entity. So I'm hopeful, I'll say, that they can get the contact information for all the tenants. We also talked with them. I wasn't able to make the legal aid meeting about having city staff attend in a future public meeting to talk about the specific items related to our reporting.
Okay, and just Chris, we appreciate, I know that you have another engagement, appreciate your time, and I do want to state we're going to reissue subpoenas, and later on we're going to discuss with the Corporation Council next steps, etc. But we will be reissuing subpoenas, and just for folks out there, the judge did squash our subpoenas yesterday in court. However, did state that the council does have the authority, but due to a couple of technicalities. So we will, the council, reissue subpoenas and move forward, because we need to get them in here. We need to get to the bottom of this. And, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered regarding this, and we need to ensure that this doesn't happen again in our city. But saying that, thank you, Chris. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be continuing to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate it. And thank you for your understanding with that. Jesse and I have family commitments tonight.
Thank you, Chris. We're going to ask Jesse to come and join the council, please. Like I said, Jesse, if you don't mind standing, I would just ask if you would mind voluntarily taking the oath. Somewhere in here. Now I know if it's just in case. Please raise your right hand. do you solemnly swear, or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today? Thank you, Jesse, or Dancy. Thank you for joining us, Jesse, and, why don't you, first, real quickly, tell us what you feel has changed from, your last testimony to today?
We've observed an amount of progress, to kind of piggyback off the deputy mayor. Progress is slower than we would like to see, but the wheels are moving forward. They're not spinning, and they're not moving backwards. So we're looking for any kind of positive note. I suppose that would be it.
Jesse, you showed quite a bit of empathy, I recall, at the first public hearing, just, in terms of your frustration, with the owners, et cetera. Obviously, the council's very frustrated, the administration is, I believe, they might have won the battle, we're gonna win the war in terms of their testimony under oath. But where do you feel in terms of your frustration from that first hearing till today?
I don't know that I'm less frustrated. Really? Again, the wheels are moving forward. It is very slow. It is painful. And I wasn't impressed by their testimony, and I'm not particularly impressed with how far along they've come with respect to the work that we've demanded.
And Jesse, when we talk about the units, a lot of folks are reporting, substantial problems in these units. Are you inspecting each unit? How is this process moving forward when a resident is being basically forced to go into their unit?
So the process that's set up is we are demanding that Harbor Point's engineer submit a stamped document indicating that units are safe, fit, and meet minimum standards with respect to the 2020 New York State Property Maintenance Code. And then and only then will our department inspect these units to ensure that essentially the engineer is being truthful. In the very beginning, the engineer cited some units that he found to be safe, fit, and meeting these standards. And myself and colleagues went in to inspect these units, and we found that that was not the case. Units were missing life safety devices. They didn't meet light ventilation egress standards, things like this. I think at this point, we've opened 22 units, and we're inspecting for, like I said, life safety devices, light ventilation egress standards, make sure the water's running, things like this. Cosmetic defects, I mean, we're observing some cosmetic defects, but nothing that would in and of itself render a unit uninhabitable with respect to units that we've allowed to be reoccupied.
And Jesse, I toured the facility, the complex, a couple times over the last few weeks, and one of the things I noted, they're actually taking I want to say windows, things of that nature, railings from other units and placing them in the units to try to get residents back. Are you seeing quite a bit of that?
I don't know that I'm seeing quite a bit of that. I've seen that, and I was beside myself. This is not a modern accepted construction practice. This is not acceptable. This is not how we run a job site. This is not how we do construction. This is day one stuff that would get any contractor in the world kicked off a job site. No, we don't do this.
So.
I don't know that-
But that's my question. Why are we allowing it? I guess, and what infuriated me, I must tell you, they refused to pick up the garbage for 2 weeks. And then I contacted our sanitation, 2 weeks. People have mice, rodents, I mean vermin. And I have the pictures to prove. I sent it to our sanitation. Sanitation said, well, it's up to code because code is on this project. That's what sanitation was telling me. So I'm like, and it wasn't our pickup, obviously. It was an outside contractor. So it wasn't our job, but at the same time, why were we not finding this property owner day after day for not picking up garbage?
I don't know that my department has the right to issue fines in that manner. In my discussions with Corporation Counsel, we've issued a round of tickets for certain violations, and those tickets will be litigated before any additional tickets are issued.
And when are they due back for the prior?
August 25th.
Okay, so next week. I want to open it up because I know Jesse's time is limited. Would any other council members want to ask any questions? Council member Min?
You said that we're not, until they have a court date in August for the tickets that have already been issued, you're not issuing additional tickets. Can you explain the reason behind that?
So I would defer to Corporation Counsel. I'm taking, with respect to the intricacies of litigation, I'm working closely with Rick Morrissey and the mayor's office. And I'm not doing anything, with, in accordance with legal action without the administration's go ahead. So I would defer to the Corporation Counsel and the administration for that question.
Rick, is that something you can answer?
Our code department and our law department. Yeah. Limited resources and limited staff. We are laser focused on returning units to occupancy standards. The other violations which do not implicate occupancy can await further enforcement action. We're not waiving anything. I don't understand I don't know all the particulars about the garbage situation. And I don't know, exactly how long it was, or why the contractor didn't pick up or anything like that. So, but it wouldn't have helped the occupancy situation to pursue that immediately.
And just full disclosure, I was being told by tenants that the owner refused to have the garbage picked up. And I mean, Rick, I thought I copied you in the email, I might not have, but it was just deplorable. And then at one point, it was getting so voluminous that they were taking some of the garbage and actually hiding it around the property to avoid the overabundance picture of just this massive garbage. Atrocious. Okay.
Hey, Council President?
Yes.
I just answer that question.
Yeah.
first?
However,
With the garbage aspect.
okay, I don't have you under oath, but later, it's fine.
Okay, want me to do it later?
Yeah, do it later, please. Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Jesse, are you taking note of these other violations that you're seeing? In the meantime, like just documenting them in some sort of way or?
Yes.
Okay. So once that's over, maybe we got those issues.
So-
we'll go back in. It's
Sorry.
very good.
So every housing code violation I've observed, I've documented. They're not off the hook, right? They're on notice. So the stuff just doesn't go away. All of this, before I can close it, so right now I have, to put it in perspective, I have, I believe, 5 open cases, and it's probably going to be 6 very soon. And I don't see these cases being closed anytime soon. and I see continued aggressive enforcement when this round of litigation is over. There will be more litigation, I'm sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Soriento.
Jesse, to date, how many total? Because I keep hearing just 12, how many total tickets have been issued? Is it still just 12?
It's whole.
It's 12. Are there gonna be any more tickets issued to the property?
Again,
Because there's definitely a lot more than 12 violations.
certainly. So again, in discussion with the administration and corporation council, this round of tickets will be litigated and then we will reassess future litigation.
Okay.
Here's how many violations.
Reassess in terms of what?
That's how many violations.
Yeah, like which violations that we're going to pursue legally. Issue
So
tickets.
we're waiting for, I'm just trying to follow this. So we're waiting litigation on the first round of tickets in order to issue other ones?
That's right.
Why?
Again, I would defer to corporation council to answer
Yeah,
that question, and I
reason for that.
think Rick.
It's really the answer it's really the answer I just gave. We have limited resources in code, limited resources in the law department. We are focused on restoring the units to occupancy. I really don't want Jesse spending all his time detailing all the railings that are missing and everything else. So I mean, he's keeping track of those violations. Will not go away. But in the meantime, you know, I believe in doing things in a fairly orderly fashion, and I think that the emergency evacuation needs to be resolved before we can move forward on every other front.
Really?
Thanks, yeah. Councilmember Min.
I think I hear what you're saying, Rick, is, well, we need some more lawyers to be able to really not only do the day-to-day business of the city, but also to really focus on this. I always love it. People are like, well, we need in government is more lawyers. And we certainly need more code enforcement officers. That is very clear. Jesse, I was wondering if you could submit into the record your inspection report for 142B from August 1st.
I don't know if I have it with me, but I don't have a problem sharing it.
Great, I would appreciate, if you don't have it with you today, then if you can get it to Seamus and Maria, that would be
No
wonderful.
problem.
Thank you. And I guess for the moment, that is that if we can get you more attorneys so that, you know, there's more capacity to make sure that we're not missing and losing any, like if there are violations, obviously, we've learned with this particular property owner, it takes a lot to get their attention. And I do have that concern, and I'm sure you share it. That, you know, code will get things to a safe fit and minimum housing standards. And then we will have to fight just as hard to get it to, you know, quality living standards that you would expect and to be violation free in both the units and the buildings as a whole. And that is a tremendous amount of work for your department and a cyclical process. So, you know, I guess part of this is also strategy. How do you get these landlords attention? And do you just give them a dump truck load, the garbage truck load of fines? We don't.
Here is an excuse.
Part of the strategy is I really want the landlord to be focusing on the same thing that I'm focused on. So that's another reason for holding back on the other violations. Yes.
I guess my concern is when people are back in their homes, it's easy to sort of forget about all the little details. And there's a lot of stuff that little problems become big problems. And it's a lot easier to at least have all the pieces, all the tools on the table, all the ammunition right there, ready to go. And then they know what the expectation is. So,
Council, so the ammunition is there, like this stuff has been documented. It's locked and loaded. I
Right.
mean, they're not getting away with anything here. It's just, there's nuance to this process.
strategy, timing.
And it stinks to not be able to write
The garbage.
probably 80 tickets in one shot. There's not enough hours in the day. And that might not be the best strategy, you know, for Rick and Corporation Counsel's office and the mayor's office. That might not be the best strategy to the primary objective, which is getting people's homes back to a reasonably safe condition where we don't have to worry about bricks falling on their heads.
Jesse, and council member Soriento, very quickly, when is your next scheduled date? Because I'm being told that a number of tenants are being forced from the motel. Their date is ending on Monday in terms of their stay. We know they've been holding these poor folks hostage. I mean, literally contacted them at 10 o'clock before the 11 o'clock deadline to get out of the motel. It's horrific, the mental stress these folks are doing to these tenants, but I am being told Monday, another round of tenants are being told that their stay at the motel is no longer being given. Do you plan, when's your next inspections? Have you heard of this?
I'm so sorry. Can you just repeat the tail end of that question? I apologize.
I'm sorry, have you heard this scenario that they are being, you know, that their motel stay is being stopped as of Monday? And do you have appointments scheduled before then to inspect the units?
So no, I would, thank you for repeating that. I was not aware that, that the landlords are cutting off these individuals' hotel stay. And to answer the second part of the question, I am performing an inspection tomorrow, where I will look at 7 additional units. It's all contingent, so sorry to interrupt, it's all contingent on, it's up to them. It's up to them.
Councilmember Soriento.
Going back to issuing tickets and, you know, only issuing 12 tickets. And because of the limited resources and all this. Well, then who's gonna be liable? In terms of, let's say, for example, the railings. Who's gonna be liable if someone falls? And with the city knowing that this happened and not issuing the ticket, not actually moving forward with this,
So the owner's liable because they've been put on notice for the violation being present.
but you're also aware of it. Correct?
Correct. I'm aware of it, which is why I
But you didn't,
documented the
you
condition.
documented it, but you didn't
Correct.
issue them a ticket.
No, I issued them a violation notice indicating that there is a directive to correct the condition. And if they fail to correct the condition, it is their fault for not correcting a defective
And
condition.
how long did you give them to correct
Correct what?
that violation?
Which violations?
Well, pretty much every one of them, but mainly the one with the railing.
There
I mean-
were several railing violations.
I'm talking about like actual safety violations, like how long are you giving them to correct those violations?
There's not one answer to that question.
Why?
Because different violations have different demands attached to them.
Okay, so then in particular, the one with the railings.
There were several that had to do with railings.
Okay, so roughly how long are you giving them to correct those?
I gave them 30 days, and when they failed to correct them, I issued them tickets.
Okay, so between the first one and the last one, roughly around what dates did you issue those violations? And roughly what dates, do they have to correct them?
I don't know offhand, I'd have to.
Have they passed?
Have what?
The dates passed
The dates for,
for those violations? Have they passed?
I'm nearly certain that most of the compliance order dates have passed, yes.
Meaning that they have not been corrected and the dates have passed?
Correct.
Why? Why? I mean,
I don't think that would
and
be,
no tickets were issued for that.
that would be an excellent, but tickets were issued for several of those.
Not for the railings though, like what you said, right?
No, absolutely, I issued tickets for the railings.
Okay.
I put photocopies of them right here.
All right.
I'm
done.
Okay, and Jesse, real quick, the landlord registration statement,
Yes, ma'am.
do they normally come out of the deputy mayor, like, from your practice? Where do they normally come out of, and are you aware of this one, you know?
Yeah, so my process that I've been trained to follow is when we encounter a landlord that lives 30 miles outside of the city with our violation notice, and we're not perfect. We don't do this every time, and we should.
We need.
And this is something that we absolutely can improve.
Mhm.
When we send a violation notice out to one of these landlords who live, like I said, 30 miles or so outside of the city or more, obviously. We send a copy of the landlord registration statement with our violation notice. And on our violation notice, we include language that demands that this document is filled out and returned by a certain date. So in my practice, that's how it's done. So where the document technically originated, I don't know. I have
Is it
stacked them on
under-
my desk
yeah.
and stick them in envelopes almost every day.
Gotcha.
Is it normally the deputy mayor's office? I just, you gotta know, that surprised me, like, I would think it would be code enforcement.
I don't know if I understand the question, sorry.
The letter.
Oh,
the letter.
Oh, I don't know, I don't.
I just, you know,
Yeah,
just would think it would come out of code.
it
Do you
seems
have a
like,
copy of one on you?
no, in my office right
Okay.
there, I do, yeah,
If you could, not right now,
Okay.
but yeah.
yeah, sure.
And just for the record, I wanted to also point out Kevin Lindy's with us, and Kevin's been on site quite a bit lately. So thanks for joining us, Kevin. I know you have, been on site quite a bit. Would anyone else have any questions, for Jess? Okay, Jesse, I really want to thank you for joining us, and, we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Council.
Thanks. We're going to switch gears and ask Rachel Boney, and then Dave, you're up next. Rachel, do you mind joining us? Rachel is tenant.
It is really the council. Rachel could not be here because the baby is sick.
Oh, I'm
Still
sorry.
sick of being in the motel. Her mother has agreed to testify.
That's fine. Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's okay. Here, have a seat, please. First stand, and I'll ask you voluntarily if you don't mind being sworn under oath. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today? Thank you. And if you could provide your name, and your daughter's name is Rachel Boney, and Rachel, I'm very sorry to hear that her daughter is sick.
Yes, is it fine?
I think you need to flip it up there.
Is it, yes, my name is Paul Sabani, my daughter is Rachel, and my grandson Travis. They lived at the apartment, I co-signed for them. She attended college last year and then as a dental assistant and graduated and worked, did internship, struggled to graduate and almost graduated with a 4.0, which was very good. They wanted her to continue. She just was overwhelmed between everything. She saved enough money between working to get her first apartment. Excited, you know, everyone was like, because I didn't want her to move to Troy. We live in Slingerland. I wanted her in Slingerland, you know, so, everyone's like, let her do it, let her do it, you know, so, I let her do it. Biggest mistake I ever did, so, sorry. Yeah, so he did great, my grandbaby, he ended up loving it there, she loved it there, you know, there were a lot of issues at that apartment, it was one that they just remodeled, but, when me and my husband went there, my husband noticed that there wasn't enough smoke detectors or carbon monoxide. Along with the windows were sealed shut in the bedroom, so if there was a fire, you know, that would be, they wouldn't make it. There was electrical outlets that my grandson could pull out of the wall, you know, over 2 feet long. So that was an issue. There was a wire sticking through above the kitchen sink, 5. The door jamb had an opening which you could see into her apartment, and then the smell was horrible. We ended up getting plugins to, you know, make it smell pretty, and we actually put them all in the hallways too, because it just was horrible, and later we found out it was mold. The hot water would be normal, then go scalding hot and actually burn my grandson. There's just so many issues, and that's to me not what I wanted my daughter or my grandson to be in. So when we did get the text from her that day that she saw the notice on her door, she was actually home that day because she doesn't work on Fridays. And I believe it was a Friday. And she texted me, she's like, they're telling me we have to leave. And I'm like, what? And so then I worked all day and my husband worked all day. We got in our car and drove over there. It was total chaos. I mean, just total. And everyone was like, oh, just leave your stuff. And I'm like, I had to look at my husband. I'm like, I don't feel comfortable leaving her stuff here. I said, first off, if she's coming back home to stay, we're gonna have to have the baby stuff. I mean, we can't drive to Troy if we need his baby thermometer, you know, like, I mean, we just needed to have it close. My parents live across the street from us, so all her belongings are stored in their garage. And we moved her out of that apartment that night. We didn't get down till 11 o'clock at night. The baby, when we were all done, I called my sister, we all just moved everybody out. It was horrible. She's like, I'm gonna stay in the hotel, because obviously everything was in a storage truck at, you know, a U-Haul truck at 11 o'clock at night. So her and the baby went to the hotel.
Melissa, was that, I apologize, was that the Red Roof
Yeah,
before the travel? Okay.
yeah, at the Red Roof Inn, and I drove and followed her so that, you know, she could carry stuff up and not have to worry about the baby, because at this point the baby's sleeping. And come to find out the fridge didn't work. And I'm like, how are you gonna keep milk cold? So then I go out and I'm trying to find ice, no ice machine. So then I'm running to the store to get ice and a cooler to put milk in so that he has cold milk for the night. I mean, it was just total chaos. So then the next night, we didn't finish getting her bed and everything in the house because my husband works for Verizon and works crazy hours. I mean, and he ended up getting called into work and he worked like a 10-hour shift on Saturday, and we were just like, done. And so I took Travis to our house because I was like, he needs to have full food, and like belongings. And my daughter stayed at the hotel again. Travis was in a pack and play. He didn't sleep in the pack and play. He slept in my arms all night long. It was just horrible. So that following week, Travis got the summer flu. They said, which is brought on from other children, and it can be brought on by stress, all sorts of things. So then he gets sick, we get sick, and everybody in the house gets sick, So then that happens, and still to this day, he hasn't slept back in his crib. We cannot get him in his crib. He wakes up, does like an hour, cries. He used to put himself to sleep. You just put him in there and he just go to sleep. Like, so it's been crazy. So now we have looked at 15 different apartments, I believe, and because elsewhere, and we're looking between Albany County to Guilderland, kind of trying to keep it within like a 10 to 15 minute drive from our house. Just so she's close. And a lot is getting picked up by college students. I mean, we go in and there's like 12 people viewing the apartments. So like they're not even, I even had one tenant landlord say, don't even apply, we don't want the baby. Like literally was like, yeah, so we're sitting here going, oh my God. Okay, it is, I know, I'm sure it is, but he was pretty much like, yeah, I'm not dealing with it because he didn't, and I was like, what are you gonna do? So I randomly checked Heritage Village and found that they had an apartment very close to what she was paying before. We were trying to go less because it was very tight for her at that price, because she was paying like almost 1,500 for.
Which astounds me that they were getting 1,500
Yeah.
for an apartment.
It was like 14.95, and it was so not worth it. So we have held a spot with a deposit, and they're running the stuff. And my husband and I are gonna just pay our car payment because we just need stability. They're living out of boxes. We just are just overwhelmed with this all.
Now, is her unit renovated?
It was a newly renovated apartment. Yep, totally, and it was not.
So she was told it would be renovated.
And yeah, it looked nice, but there were issues, and it's not like something that I would allow someone to rent with especially with a child. Like there was just so many issues, and I don't know. And like, we all are just getting sick over and over because it's like, my daughter ended up having breathing issues, and I know it's from the mold, like, and she ended up getting COVID, and then like that. Like we have literally, since my daughter has moved back in, been sick. I'm still sick.
How long has your daughter been back in?
Since she only stayed at the Red Roof Inn for 2 days, so that after that 2 days, she's been home. And they're living like the box spring and crib are in the room in like boxes, because I was like, her furniture is obviously heavy, like she has nice stuff, I'm not gonna lie, and then to carry it up our stairs, and then we were hoping to have something pretty quick, and I didn't want to have to carry it back down in empty boxes, like do the whole process. So we brought everything that she really needed in, and left the rest at my parents, and if she needs something, she just goes over, but.
Now, so she's been paying rent since being in, correct?
Yeah, she was never late. She paid May, she paid her security, she paid May, and she paid June. They did get back her security.
Well, that night.
That, yeah,
It was
after that night,
that
because I
night.
think I kind of intimidated them, because I
Yeah.
said, I will spend $5,000 to get. But I'm not gonna, and he heard me say it, like, I'm not gonna let you walk on and walk all over my daughter, like, no.
Good.
So, I think the attorney kind of.
Yeah.
Was like, yeah, this crazy lady
Yeah.
or something. So, but yeah, it's been, I really feel like, when I was listening to these people and when they actually went and put the notices on the door, I really think that they should have, as code enforcement, had someone stay there and maybe make a list, direct people, not just with the landlord. Like, I think because of the magnitude, it could have been maybe handled with the code enforcement also, because, yeah, the landlord made a lot of mistakes, but the code enforcement could have gotten those names that day. I mean, there were a lot of people there,
Yeah, I was there, yeah.
and they could have gotten a lot by just sticking around, honestly, in my opinion. And to me, the landlord, in my eyes, doesn't want any of these people back.
No,
They want,
that's,
they
my
wanna jack their rent up.
Yeah.
If some of these people have been here 10, 12 years, they wanna charge $1,500, $1,600, $1,700 for these apartments. They don't wanna charge if it's $1,100. So,
were you at the meeting last week?
no,
But your daughter was, wasn't she?
no,
Okay.
she is very busy between work and, the baby, like, the
Yeah.
baby at night, he's been running fevers on and off. So between the teething and being sick, we've all just been like
Yeah.
going home and honestly collapsing on the couch, like, so, yeah. It's
Well-
been interesting, but, I really think like some of these people that didn't get their deposits need their deposits back, and they need at least a month's rent to, you know, get something new, because I don't see it's gonna be an ending for them.
And there's been, I believe, close to 20 units who have moved elsewhere.
Yeah.
So, and these were people that have lived there, like you said, for 10 years or.
And rents are phenomenal, like, I mean, there's some that my daughter picked and like First Street and Albany, I don't know if you know that area, but I was like, I walk up and I'm like, no, you're not staying here. The one lady's like, what are you doing here? Like, it was not designed for us. Like us, so, yeah, it's just, and that was like $1,200, and I'm going.
Real quick, last question for me, but, did the owners provide any food or anything like that in the first couple days, like they said?
No, the only thing when I called, like, to get my security deposit back originally, he was very rude, Mike. Mike was like, why would I get in your deposit back? I said, because you provided my daughter with an unsafe environment. I was like, and she needs to find a place to live so that she can move on. I was like, there's no way you're gonna have this ready in a timely fashion. I'm not giving that. I go, and then he said, the only unsafe thing that happened was her boyfriend beating her up. I go, you actually saw that? And he goes, no, I just heard about it. I go, well, then why are you spreading gossip? Because it didn't happen. Like, so, you know, I wasn't impressed with him, to say the least. I just think, are not the best.
No, we certainly agree. So, did any other council members have any questions? We just really want to thank you.
Yeah, you know, I feel
Like,
bad
go out
for
or, you know,
them. I'm hoping that once, if we get this other, we're still in the process waiting, but if she gets it, it's closer, it's through Burns Management, which is a very established company, right? So.
well, thank you so
Thank you.
much for joining us. And
Thank
please let your daughter know that we're.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry,
you.
she gets nervous too talking,
It's
so
okay.
she's okay, she's kind of shy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next we have Dave Sharon and, Dave, I don't know if you'd like to voluntarily, go after. Oh, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony? Thank you, Dave. Well, welcome. And, Dave, maybe you want to just kick it off with, what you experienced, from your first few visits on site to that day and, walk us through what you think, evolved here.
6/13.
I think you gotta turn the mic on.
On June 13th, I was called up to the property with Jesse Ordansky from the gentleman at the complex. And he told me that Jesse refused to write obvious violations. So I met that gentleman there, and at that time, we were going over the violations that we saw with the brick veneer. Then I said to the gentleman, I said, well, just show me the violations that you said he refused to write. And we walked around, he pointed to stuff, and Jesse said, it's right here. And he pointed to something else, and Jesse said, it's right here. And at that time, we were gonna give this gentleman, the owners, an opportunity to obtain an engineer's report. So we did that, and I met Victor 2 days later in the office with Jesse. We told him that he had 5 days to get an engineer's report. If he didn't, the city was gonna move forward and we were gonna get an engineer's report. So when we went up there that day, it was bad, I'll be honest, the brick veneer was coming off. So he didn't do it. Deputy Mayor called, Bello Engineering. They came up there, they made the decision that it was unsafe for anybody to be in those buildings that were attached with the brick veneer. Because if something went through the windows had shifted in the frames because they were mounted into the wood, but the brick veneer was outside. So some of the windows shifted in frames and it broke. We wrote every violation that we found that day, we wrote. I told the gentleman that we met there that day, I said, listen, if the tenants, if the tenants in the property have any problems at all, please, this is the number, have all the tenants call, and we will gladly go in and inspect their units. Well, he didn't want to do that, and blah, 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 but we tried to reach out and say, I saw a few people, I said, listen, if you have a problem, just call us, here's the number, and we'll come up and we'll inspect. We don't inspect the interior property apartment on anyone's complaint but the tenant. Because it's been previously done where someone gets into a fight with a roommate, and then the roommate moves out, and the roommate calls and says this apartment is uninhabitable. Now, we just can't barge into people's houses. We can't.
And Dave, I apologize, your title and how many years? Principal.
23 years.
Thank you, sorry.
Yeah, so we just did what we had to do. It wasn't done lightheartedly or heavy-handed. When the engineer gave us the instruction that his opinion that nobody should be in these units, then we had to move. This is an emergency. This isn't something that can wait. We can't just walk away from it.
Now, we blocked off the parking lot to where these buildings, these two real major structures, the major part of it on the, I believe, the south end near Carroll Hill. Those two buildings were in terrible shape, so we blocked off the parking lot. The tenants came in, moved the barricades and parked right underneath the walls that were ready to fall down. And the engineer said that we should evacuate those units. That's what we did. And I didn't do it lighthearted like our heavy-handed. We did what we could. We went around, we knocked on every door, we rang every doorbell. We tried to get a hold of as many tenants as we possibly could. Tenants were coming home. I believe I was there till after dark that night. I believe I was there till dark. Tenants were coming home and we were explaining to them what the situation was. And I told them, you know, it's not, again, this isn't something that I want to tell you, but I cannot leave you in the apartment when an engineer says it's structurally unsound. I just cannot do that. If we do, and we walk away, then what happens if there's three little kids playing out behind the wall? And we're having a different conversation right here. You know what I mean? And I'm responsible for that. I can't take that responsibility, but I didn't call for the evacuation. That was based on an engineer. I'm not an engineer. Based on an engineering report, we did what we were asked to do. And we got a hold of as many tenants as we possibly could. We knocked on doors. We did give unfit notices to the tenants. It was done. The unfit notices were done, saying that this is a dangerous situation and we cannot leave you in the apartments until the landlord remedies this. Once the brick veneer came down, we noticed, and I wasn't there, Carlos Soriano and Kevin Mooney have been taking care of the construction part of it. Once brick veneer came down, I met Carlo up there, and the wood, it just wasn't built right. The buildings weren't built right when they were built. The wall joists were sitting right on concrete pads. They shouldn't be sitting on a concrete pad. They should be up on a sill plate. And as they started pulling stuff down, just things started getting worse and worse and worse. We tried to deal with the owner. I was up there several times, at least 3 times. They're working without permits. And when we got in there, they were trimming out an old air conditioner unit that was taken out. They were putting trim around. That's not something that calls for a permit. If you're going to put a laminated floor in the kitchen, that's not something that calls for a permit. So, but they were caught a couple of times and issued tickets. And as far as the tickets, Irene asked, or excuse me, Councilperson Soriano asked, how come only 12 tickets? Because we went there 12 different times. Jesse writes up 25 violations, 35 violations. Our code, it does not say that, okay, this violation is worth $50. This violation is worth $100. We pull all the violations into one housing. It's one housing inspection. So all those violations are included in just one housing violation.
Yes.
To the owner, okay? And that's how it's been here for 23 years that it's been.
Right.
I can't just go and start giving tickets for that door's bad, that railing's bad, because our code doesn't have a price tag on each end, on the end of each violation. So like I said, if there's 50 violations, they refuse to fix them, Jesse issues a ticket. Jesse found 25 more violations, then he issues a ticket. So he was there 12 separate times. And how many violations are in this whole book? That thick, I have no idea. But I will say this. I'm glad that Jesse was up there. Jesse is one hell of an inspector. And he did his job and he did it very, very well. Very well. And if you read through his notes, you'll know that every time he went there, he wrote down everything. Every word of everything. And his paperwork is stellar.
And, walk us through, Dave, you mentioned the brick, the veneer, et cetera, and, I had seen you that day.
But go back to the June 13th, when you first came on site. Was there a reason you didn't ask an engineer to come in then?
Why I didn't,
Yeah,
I don't have that authority.
or
We
ask
give-
whoever has that authority
Well,
to
we-
bring in.
we would always give the owner an opportunity to do something. Always. We've always given owners an opportunity to get the paperwork that they need, show us what's wrong, and show us how it can be fixed. We gave them 5 days, and as soon as those 5 days were up, we were up there.
Well, I mean, from what I saw, I mean, I'm not an engineer, obviously, but that break, there was no way that could be fixed in 5 days. I mean, it was
No,
substantial.
what we wanted him to do was get an engineer. So the engineer will tell you how to remove the brick safely. Once we got underneath the brick, there was an insulation board on top of the framing. We asked them, when Davco came in, we said to them, remove that insulation board. So once we removed the insulation board, now we're looking at the framing of the walls, the interior wall, the exterior walls. Okay? And that framing in some places is very bad.
And, you know, Dave, I know you sometimes can be very, very tough on owners. I've seen that part of you, and it's a good part of you. Do you feel you, looking back, you really, you know, gave them a little, you know, a little wiggle, too much wiggle room in terms of addressing this,
Absolutely.
and trusting them?
Absolutely not. We give everybody an opportunity. If something was wrong at your house, I would give you an opportunity to go out and get an engineer. I would give you 5 days to come up with an engineer and ask you, how are you gonna fix it? And then you give us the report. We give the report and the drawings to Carlo and Kevin. Carlo goes over them. Kevin gets the inspection. We go out and make sure that it's built correctly. But I would definitely give them an opportunity. And we did block the parking lot. We did.
So,
Looking back, should I put yellow tape up? Probably.
so you feel you would do this again, that, you know, you don't feel you would have improved that demand on the owner?
Hindsight, I mean, it's 2020, you know, if I'm too tough, then I get, oh, well, why did you do that? And if I'm not tough enough, I get, well, how come you didn't do this? You know, I'm looking back on it, I didn't know who we were dealing with.
Yeah.
I had no idea that these people were, you know, they're running a game or whatever they're
And
doing.
that's what I'm asking.
You know, I had no idea, and I have to give everybody the opportunity, you know, to prove that they're either gonna do it right or they're gonna do it wrong. I just can't say, oh, I'm not gonna give that guy a shot. But over here, I'll give this guy over here a shot. You know what I mean? I try to treat everybody, you know, the same way.
And Dave, to the landlord registration statement,
Comes out of our office.
it comes out of your
Yes,
office,
it does.
right? So
does.
it doesn't have a header with the deputy mayor, does it?
I do not know. I haven't looked at the header with the deputy mayor, but I don't know who's on the header, to be completely honest with you.
Can you,
But it does, it's generated out of our office.
That's what it is. It's a fraud.
I mean,
It's a fraudulent
I
document.
have no idea why it says that. It'll be changed tomorrow at Bureau of Code Enforcement. I've never looked at the header on this. Never.
I know others, have questions, so I'll first hand you over to Councilmember Ben, and please from there. Thank you, Dave. And
You're very
Dave,
welcome.
I want to assure you, this is not a witch hunt on you. And we just want to get to the bottom. We want to see how we can improve our code, et cetera. And do things differently so this doesn't happen again. Obviously, this is a unique scenario, you know, legally it said. It's the worst case they've seen in 33 years. Councilmember Min.
Yeah, I think like the landlord registry, like having instead of code enforcement department on the header causes this confusion, and I think like, you know, I certainly have had these conversations with people and they're trying to figure out who does what and where. So some of my line of questioning is around that, to better understand the structure of the department and the roles, the jobs that we expect of our city staff. And so your title is principal code inspector, is that correct? Correct. So can you tell me what your key duties are?
I put out all the fires on a daily basis, you know, personnel,
Fire department's hiring.
yeah, personnel, incoming complaints. There's really not too much that I don't do. I don't do the building end of it. I have nothing to do with the building and the construction side of it. I've never been in that capacity. I was always a housing inspector and came up through there. Just on a daily basis, I answer the phone, I schedule appointments, I write 30 zoning compliance letters a day, you know, this every day it's a new challenge. Every day brings something new, you know.
And then because the department does not have a director of code enforcement, have you ever been given the job description for that position?
No,
To
I've done
review
it
or
for
look at?
I've done it for a long time, and I've never gotten it or asked for it.
Yeah.
Until 3 weeks ago.
Have you, in the course of your regular duties, have you been ever like asked to do the job functions that the director of code enforcement would be expected to do?
I never asked to do it. No, I just did it.
You just did it. Have you
And
ever,
some of the aspects in the director, again, I'm not privy to. I wouldn't know, you know, but
so you stepped up into some because the department needs the job done, and you stepped into the role of accomplishing some of those tasks that would otherwise fall to the director of code. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
that's correct. With a lot of help from Carl, sorry.
Have you ever been offered compensation that would be commensurate with the extra work?
No,
So one of my other questions is, you know, sort of understanding what you have 23 years of experience in code enforcement. What is the standard operating procedure for notifying owners and occupants when a building has been deemed uninhabitable?
again, that depends. It depends on a lot of things. Safety is huge. Walking, it could be something construction like this, or we could walk into a hoarding situation. Are we gonna leave that hoarder living in that building? Absolutely not. We're gonna call it adult protective. We're gonna get the place locked up. We're gonna get her help. You know, once it goes to adult protective or anybody else, child protective, that's out of our hands. The rest of it is us, getting the apartment fixed. And that's, again, that's up to the owner. If I post an apartment unfit or a building unfit, that owner's not getting any rent, especially if the, you know, say the back porch, 3-story building falls down. Right? Now you only got one egress out of each apartment. God forbid, everybody else, well, oh, then nothing's gonna happen, nothing's gonna happen. Well, things happen. And I would rather lean on the side of safety and caution than, like I said, we having another conversation. He left a hoarder in a building and then he lit himself on fire because he was trying to light his stove. You know, like, it's some things, like when we post buildings, we give 30 days because we're gonna post it because he's not correcting any of the violations. And I can't have water leaking down into the basement or into the second floor or whatever, you know what I mean? So we do post buildings on a weekly basis.
And when you say you post a building, what types of information does that posting communicate to that owner or the occupant?
Well, the unfit notice will say exactly, it'll note the code chapter. And then with our notes on there, that it's been deemed uninhabitable and they have 30 days to vacate. If they go in and correct all violations in 30 days, well, those tenants can stay. Ultimately, we want compliance. We don't want to put people out on the street. We want the landlords to be responsible. But if they're not going to comply, they cannot leave kids and adults in situations that aren't habitable. They're just not, it's just not habitable, and I can't leave them.
And so after you've posted and it lays out, building's been determined uninhabitable, here's the time period that you have before you have to vacate. That could be 0 hours to
Depending
however
on,
long you think you deem as appropriate based on experience. And then how do they know what needs to be corrected in order to be deemed habitable and satisfied? And see, how is that list of to-dos communicated to the owner or the occupant?
well, the list of to-dos goes to the owner, and it's to the mailing address on record. It's not illegal not to file a deed. You don't have to file a deed. So some people don't file their deeds, so we chase them. You know what I mean? You get it from the tax department, you get it from the water department.
Yep.
And it's only on a 3-month basis that those deeds get updated. So you might buy a building, and I don't know that you bought that building for 3 months until somebody calls in a complaint. And I go into the system, and the system has been updated. And now I know you're the owner of the building.
And then what is the process if the owner of a building disagrees that, code is said, this is out of compliance? Well, my engineer says something else. How is that process resolved? When a normal conversation, a normal negotiation back and forth has not been proven?
I really don't. I don't understand.
Like, what's the next step? Like, you're trying to, someone's saying, no, this is fine, my engineer says this is fine. You're looking at it, your department, your expertise says, no, it's not okay, we don't see eye to eye. Who makes the decision when there's 2 arguments to be made? Does it go to court? Does it and what's the next step?
We would issue a ticket, and if they disagree, then we'll bring our engineer, and you can bring your engineer, and you can fight it out in the courts.
And is part of the notification that you have that option to fight it out in court included in the documentation that goes?
Yes, that you could be issued a ticket and go to court, yes.
Was that information provided to the occupants and the owner when they did a shutdown, the option that they could go to court and fight this out in the notices?
I would never, it's on the update notice, they're entitled to a hearing. But again, on the basis of an engineer's report saying vacate the buildings, so nobody gets hurt. And I don't think that I've never had that happen.
So in 23 years, you've never
Not this
actually had to
big.
do a shutdown this fast, this hard?
Oh, I've done it, I couldn't tell you how many times I've done it. Not this many units.
Yeah.
Not this many people, but it's been done.
It has been done. And how was the owner told, hey, if you don't agree, you might have to go to court? Was that included in the notice?
The notice, it says that you could issue a ticket, I suppose.
And then you did lay out a lot of the decision-making process that led to the emergency evacuation. You were part of the group of people that made that decision. Who ultimately you understand to be the one that pulls the trigger on that? Makes the final decision?
That was up to the deputy mayor, people higher than me. I didn't make that decision.
I'm sure my brain will fill up with other questions, but for now, thank you very much.
Before we go to Councilmember Soriento, I don't want to forget this question. Dave, Was the June 13th, the 30 days from the prior May? Or did June 13th start the clock on 30 days? Or was that June 13th, 30 days?
I don't know. June 13th, when the
That
first
was
time
June.
I went there,
I had thought code was there back in May.
oh,
Yeah.
the 13th was the first day I was there.
Okay. But was in the 13th, that 30 days from the May?
I don't
No.
know. I don't know what the first day that Jesse inspected was. I don't know if the 30 days was up.
That I think it was, but okay. Thank you, Dave. Council members oriented.
Dave,
Thanks.
I'm just looking at the letterhead here, going back to the landlord registration statement and then the copy of the notice violation. The letterhead on the notice of violation shows the Department of Public Works Bureau of Code Enforcement. Why would this one, the landlord registration statement, have a letterhead of Office of the Deputy Mayor if all the other letterheads have the correct department, especially if this landlord registration statement comes from your department?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I never really looked at the heading.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
really
it was,
concerning.
it was started back when, Mayor Tunja was in.
All right, so just a few questions. So regarding Harbor Point Gardens, do you know, the entity that owns Harbor Point?
No.
No. Do you know Jay Friedman? Have you had conversations with Jay Friedman? Who was
There were so many people there, I don't know who Jay was or Victor. I know Victor came in my office, he was an older gentleman. The two people, I listened to the conversation. I wasn't really part of it when the owner showed up.
Okay. And, how many times have you, met or communicated with the landlord? And what form, did that communication take place?
I've never communicated with the landlord. I've communicated with Victor, the builder. He said he was the management.
Have you, met or communicated with Samuel Schwartz?
Excuse me?
Samuel Schwartz, have you met or communicated with him?
I'd have to see these people, identify them.
Okay. See here. During your tenure at, your 23 years, how many times would you say that you've been to, the building complex of 138 to 188 Delaware Ave?
I have no idea. I haven't been on the street in a long time. That's been the first time I've been there in a lot of years. The inspectors do those inspections.
So obviously, the conditions of the bowing and bagging walls involving more than half the building complex didn't happen overnight. How long would you estimate the walls were bowing and sagging for?
I couldn't give you that.
No.
I have no idea.
Okay. And do you know if in the past, violations, were issued for that?
I don't.
No. Okay. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions for Dave? Yes, Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Dave, I'm curious if you know, is there like a specific role that manages the landlord registry within the code department?
There is going to be. We just hired somebody today, actually. No,
What position is that?
housing compliance clerk.
Are there other vacancies in your department
No,
No.
not that are budgeted.
aside from the director?
Aside, yeah, from the director, yeah.
Let's see. Did you look into any alternatives for closing down the, doing the emergency evacuation, or do you think that would be necessary?
That was not my decision.
Thank you, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Anyone else have any questions for Dave? Thank you. So, Dave, thank you very much, and we'll continue talking. Thank you for joining us this
Thank you.
evening. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next is Carlo Soriento. Carlo, thank you for joining us, and Carlo has offered to voluntarily testify this evening under oath.
Together. Can they both come together? I mean, they're.
Absolutely. And Kevin Mooney, they're both here, so we'll do Carlo first. Carlo, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony this evening? Thank you. Kevin Mooney, thank you, and you're a wonderful artist, by the way. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony this evening? Thank you, Kevin.
Excuse me, I have a point of order. In the beginning of this meeting, the temporary clerk read a statement that anyone who's not on the witness list could not testify. Mr. Mooney is not on the witness list. It's in the record.
Thank you.
He
Thank
cannot
Thank
testify.
you.
It's your hearing.
Thank you. I thought so. Thank you, Carlo. Thank you, Kevin. Carlo, you know, you came into this at kind of the tail end. What do you think from the first hearing to tonight's hearing? Progress? I know it was extremely slow. Now it's maybe slow. Why don't you walk us through and talk to us on what you feel has transpired since the first hearing?
Since the last hearing, the building permit is issued. They've started work. And Kevin and I can answer all the questions and the work that's been started, but as you know, Kevin's there most of the day. 7-8 hours a day usually, and I go up probably, I don't know, about an hour and a half, or if the engineer asks me to meet him on site, or Kevin asks me or something, but I try to make a couple trips up there a day as well. And right now they're into starting to correct the problem. I mean, do you have any questions about that as far as? Yeah. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't know if you wanted to get up there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, as you know, right now, I believe it's, was it 5 buildings have been?
5.
Yeah, 5 buildings right now. The old sheeting's been taken off. The insulation that needed to be restored has been restored. The one building that was in the worst condition of all of them that we've seen, after the walls were pulled back. Right now, we got a detail from the engineer. We met him out on site. Some of the floor joists have rotted away. As of for now, there's temporary blocking and supports to keep those walls from collapsing any further. The crew that's on there pretty much has been following whatever the engineer's saying, and following our directive as we're out there. So, and we're progressing along.
You know, Carlo, one of the things that seemed to transpire over the last several weeks is, you know, when code is there, things seem to be in order, and I do appreciate code now being there more frequently and on site. But I want to say before that happened, code would, you know, go to their next job, etc., and whoever would start banging away. And then once code came back, they were running high. Are you finding that that is still happening? Have you found that this has subsided?
So if you're talking about the one, the last incident, it was probably about 4:30, something like that. We got told that they were working away when it was the maintenance crew was working. They were working on putting in windows. I called Kevin Kevin decided that, which is true, whoever has the on-call phone gets the overtime. So at that time, Dave had the phone. He met me up there and, we told them that they could not replace windows because, you need a permit to replace windows. And that wasn't part of, we didn't want them doing any work that was unpermitted other than the contractor of record and the contractor that gave us the workers' comp and liability. So we knew that that contractor wasn't here because they were from out of, they're downstate.
Right.
And we still have not at that point had our pre-construction meeting with the engineer. Kevin and I have not had our pre-construction meeting with the engineer and their representatives and, the construction company.
Okay. And
But I haven't seen, we have not seen anything.
I know your overall picture is the bigger picture. And you don't go into individual units, is that correct?
Yes, the only thing I do is, I was doing was when Jesse was going back to reopen units. They felt, the administrator felt, and Jesse felt that you didn't want to go there by yourself, because you're going there and there's 5 people walking around with you with cameras. So they felt more comfortable that there was somebody else there. I happened to be up there because at that time, you know, back and forth with the engineer and reviewing the plans, seeing the site for myself. And see how we got to where we got to. So I've been there. I'm not doing any interior inspections, if that's your question.
In your opinion, would you live in some of these units that have been reopened?
That's, the thing is going, I would stand outside the door, but there was one unit that was more of a sanitary thing on the gentleman himself. But other than that, I mean, as far as the living there, it'd be imposed are 2 separate things. When I lived there, probably not, no. But some of the units were renovated, they were nice, they just had some broken windows which needed to be replaced. But as far as, you know, any other violations that would have occurred, like you guys are saying, the minor violations. And Kevin would know this from being in housing before construction, that doesn't keep the building as posted. So say, for instance, I'm just gonna make this up. We closed an apartment because no heat, we evicted a tenant for no heat. Or maybe there's a hole in the wall, maybe there's some minor violations in the apartment. Once the heat is restored, the tenant can go back and we still have the violations on file. Yeah. So you could still have minor violations in an apartment. But the long term is as long as the life safety issues are in place, you know, carbon monoxide, smoke detectors, hot water, heat in the wintertime, and there's no structural problems left. You could reoccupy that apartment and still continue to work on it, yes.
I'll circle back, but I know council members have questions. We'll hit council member Mann first.
You want to talk about the trash?
Oh, yeah, so when the trash happened.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
So I happened to be on an email chain about the trash, which when that day I happened to go up there to meet the engineer with Kevin. And when we were there, the picture that we saw, the garbage around the dumpster was picked up, but the dumpster was still full. So I went to the maintenance office because at that time I was already up there. I said, do you know, what's the deal? How come you haven't had this picked up?
Yeah.
And they said that the company, I guess the guys that are on that normal route, they were sick and they couldn't get anybody till Tuesday. And I believe that was Thursday or Friday. And so I just came back and I reported it to Jesse and Kevin, or Jesse and Dave. But on Tuesday, when we were back up there, Kevin and I, the dumpsters were empty. So they were right on a date. So it makes me kind of think that they were in line about the dumpster company not having anybody at the time. But all the garbage around the dumpsters, they were cleaning and throwing them into the construction dumpsters that were there. Because they have like 4 or 5 construction dumpsters on site. But normally with garbage complaints, though, you wouldn't, I know somebody said a ticket, and I could say, and I'm gonna leave for Kevin again. Normally when there's garbage in the yard or something, they give them a certain amount of days to clean the garbage up. You just don't issue a ticket, you issue a notice of violation. But what he said was true. On Tuesday it was picked up, so at that point, it was stopped.
You, so in terms of, you're dealing more with structural and managing that construction crew and their engineering.
I'm just there, just.
Yeah. And I guess maybe it's more of a question for you, Kevin.
Okay, I didn't know if I was allowed to stream.
Yeah. I swear.
No, I meant in reference to the other comment.
Oh. How has, like, there's certainly the exterior stuff, which is what caused the shutdown of the building and being on site. Are there other issues that you think would or could trigger those same standards, the safe fit and minimum standards that are interior to the building that you have seen by being on site that would then need to be reported?
Yeah, I've actually not entered the apartments.
Or in common areas and like
Yeah,
basements?
but, I mean, I will say this, and this is, with respect to housing, people have to remember, we enforce the minimum standard, so we're just bringing them to 0. On a scale of 1 to 10, we're bringing them to the bottom. But I mean, yeah, the apartments are dated, there's a lot of wear. Now I'm looking at vacant stuff, looking inside windows. Like they said earlier, because of the brick, the windows are all askew, a lot of them are hanging out, many are broken. I was told some of them were broken by the contractors removing the brick. So, but in the scope of what we're doing, the wall repair, all of the framing repair and insulation and windows, after this is all said and done, shouldn't be an issue. They're all included in the scope of work on this permit.
For the exterior pieces, I bring it up because I've been in some of the basements, the water coming into the building near the electric.
Yes.
But I was wondering if you could speak to that, because certainly what we don't want to see is another event that then triggers the
Yes,
buildings
I
having to be
understand. Yeah,
evacuated.
and I can tell you, so water's the enemy here, of course. And the buildings, and there's one we're gonna be starting tomorrow. I think it's also gonna be as bad as, so the initial building that we started on was, we have it 146, 148, 150. So far, that one's the most damaged. It's the one they were speaking about, the floor joists are resting right on the foundation wall. Well, there's another building that is so low, and the way everything's created is below the grade of the parking lot. And that building is right here, and that's 176, 178, 180. And I believe that one's gonna have a similar, but we won't know till we open it. But yes, like, I think this problem, long-term, after they make these repairs, I think they still have to come back, regrade this property. They have to add drainage. They have to make this water get away from the foundations of these buildings that are all very low to the ground.
Yeah, I guess part of the concern is we get what we've cited and ticketed, resolved back to 0. And then some of the other things in the common areas, will bring it back to another emergency situation, and it's back to square one. And so this is part of, I think, the conversation about which tickets are getting issued and when, which violations are getting issued and when, so that all the things in totality the buildings can be brought to 0 minimum standards, because I know we haven't had a lot of conversations about the basements, the water coming in, impact on electrical and on mold. And that HVAC system that can help move the mold around.
Well, I mean, again, I think this is sort of a medium range repair, if you will. And I also think that the brick falling away, I think there's more than just the fact of water. I found some clips from the mortar clips and, they were only fastened with very short nails. They weren't into the structure. So I think with water, freeze thaw, those combination over the years, I think expansion and contraction, it led to the buckling of the brick. That didn't happen quickly. And I mean, I'm not an engineer, but could it happen? Yeah, I'm assuming it can happen with the remaining brick. At some point, it's possible, yes.
Just wanted to answer your question too. If you notice on the original plans, there, on those buildings that are very low, where the water was going into those joists and rotting away, the joist, they're building a curb 10 inches high. So between this engineering report from Lobello and their engineer, that'll be sufficient, because their engineer is saying that that curve, bringing the grade back towards the parking lot on both of those sides, and installing the gutter systems correctly, because that's a big thing, is they never had gutters prior to this new owner. He installed the gutters, but the downspouts are not attached right now. But we did notice on the other buildings that the downspouts are kind of not far enough away. So their engineer recommended they actually bring an off trailer to collectively bring the water, as much water away. He said that at the end of it, it should 80 to 90% of the problem, that's what he quoted to us, will go away just from regrading and bringing the gutter system to a normal pitch. Because, can't bring the foundation walls up and the buildings, and at this point, you have no choice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can go down a construction rabbit hole all day, so I'll defer to my colleagues.
Carlo, I'm gonna jump in and we'll go around. How many stop work orders have been issued to date?
The one that Jesse posted was the original stop work order.
How many total? Yeah.
Well, the one on the building, the one that Jesse cited, was the first one. And then when me and Dave went there, because there was a stop work order in place, we had the right to vacate people that are working from the premises. So,
So two?
twice they were asked to stop work, yes.
Okay.
And I know, yes.
And, I guess, also, are you an engineer? I thought you were.
No, I went to school for 4 years. I'm not licensed yet. I'm actually taking.
So you're not.
I'm taking my test right now.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to take the stuff like offline, but there's a part 2 that's in the springtime, so.
Gotcha. This is more opinion. Do you feel not having an engineer has, been difficult here in the city?
Well, I mean, the engineer was,
Have them on call, but not having it in-house.
well, of course, because I mean, I always looked at the engineer as my boss, because, there's not really, that would be a person that I would go to ask questions, but not only that, it's also on the development side. So if someone wants to do a new development, it's always good because the engineer does all the exterior development, the utilities, the SWIP and everything else. I'm more, and Kevin's we're more of foundation up geeks, as you call them. That's that's our thing, is the buildings, you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
But in this instance, if we did have a city engineer, it would have just helped for him to meet with his, to talk about the drainage and grading, and come up with a plan, a long-term plan through an engineering department, if that was your question.
And do you feel, as opposed to the first contracting firm and engineer, has this new one been more cooperative, more professional, would you say?
The engineer that we need on site, I mean, I'm sure I can speak for both of us, he's really knowledgeable. Yes, he has a lot of knowledge. Yes, he comes up with the solutions, he comes up with the drawings. He addresses the concerns that we have. Like I said, the only problem is he's not from the area. so there's a lot more phone calls and stuff, but if we really need him to come up here, he will come up here and meet us. Like we did when we saw the rock before, Joyce, we asked him to come up, and that's when we met him to come up with a detail.
And Kevin, you mentioned, and this is for both of you, that this is more of a mid-range. This is not the long-term solution here, that this is getting folks
I feel
back.
like they have to address that water, that's important, and it's just the main. I will say, kind of contradict, but the condition of the lumber after it was exposed. It was much better than I ever imagined it would be. And, the remedy that they're doing to the walls, I think is, it's, before it was just Celotex, now it's, sheet ply, and it's gonna have rigid insulation board, they're gonna side it, which is, but, I mean, there won't be a topple hazard for any of that, and securely fastened, and it'll resolve the problem. I think some of the water entered behind that brick at those air conditioning units and created a freeze-thaw pattern and, expansion, contraction, you got all the buckling.
And Kevin, are you going into the particular units to inspect or no?
I'm only concerned right now with the scope of work related to the permit, and it's all exterior.
Okay.
It's basically fixing all of the walls that had buckled brick veneer.
And Kevin, when did you enter the picture? Not early on, correct?
No, my first visit was 8-6 with Carlo, and then started doing inspections on 8-9. And I've been every day since 8-9 till today. I've been there every day, every working day, not Saturday. So.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna allow other members, council member Emily Wilson.
This is for maybe Carlo, for some of the more minor infractions, or violations, are they giving like timelines on that in terms of when they need to get that?
Oh, yes, they're always giving timelines, yes.
Gotcha. And I guess my concern is kind of like, all right, we get the big things done. And then there's all these small violations that cause bigger problems in the future, so. Do you have any advice as to how to avoid that and make sure that we ensure that these buildings get like, at some point, up to a really good standard, which, yeah, maybe all of us.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the housing department, when they send the violations out, they give it a date and a time when it's gonna get done. And, most of the time, not in this instance, is where you get a little bit more cooperation from landlords and they'll say, I'm working on it, give me an extra day or two. In this instance, if that date comes up and it's not done, like Rick said, once I believe he was saying that, and there'll probably be around 2 tickets, that's why I'm just going off from what I heard today. The one thing that I forgot to tell you earlier, you asked Dave a question. If I ever deny a building permit because I feel that the engineering plans aren't sufficient, or if they don't feel that their workmanship in the housing department doesn't feel that they're actually, if a landlord doesn't argues and says that they don't feel that the violations are there, you have a right to appeal to the New York State Department of Code. You have the okay to do it. We've had that happen where I've denied a set of plans, somebody goes there and no. They have that chance.
That's the regulatory body that
Yes.
the owner or an occupant would have to be informed that they could appeal to.
Yes, you only felt that the report was not correct.
Yeah.
They have the right to go to the Department of State, and they have the right to ask us for our documents, and they gave them the engineering report of list of violations. And then they would have taken a site visit, they would have came up with their interpretation as well.
Gotcha. Council member Conley Wilson, you have the floor.
That's really all of my questions.
Okay, anyone else? Carlo, where do we go from here? What's the timeline now?
Don't know what the timeline is, like we said, it's going a little bit slower than we wanted to. As far as the building, after we open up this one building, after we get the floor joists fixed on one end. And we see the condition of this building, Kevin and I will breathe much better. As far as what's happening now with the sheathing and the insulation, and what's gonna happen when you put the insulation and the siding on, you're gonna have a better R value because of the walls are gonna have more thicker insulation. So that's gonna be one plus. To let you know too, they're going to be bringing electrical back to some of the buildings as well.
That's 138, 140, 142, that they're looking to get that up on charge. There's,
And once they,
this one's electrified now, this one is.
so when it's for 138, 140, 142, once they get that electrical back, and we get another report, we should, I mean, those apartments, once the windows are put back into place, at that point, then it's left to the interior violations with Jesse. I mean, we'll still do the inspections for that, but it'll be habitable for our end as far as structural.
Was this where the prior contractor smashed the
Yes.
meters?
Yes, these were the two buildings that when
That you reported.
the first day I went up there, and yes, and I had 2 meters pulled and had then have an electrical contractor that had there for the buildings that were still occupied. Because we didn't want to, I didn't now want to start, that would have been on 12 apartments.
This one still has quite a bit of structural work that has to happen before it gets occupied. But they're preparing for the electricians to come in.
Which building?
This is
146, 140.
Yeah, however. No. If we're assuming the windows and the walls are completed, I don't know the interior condition, but this one doesn't have the structural issue. So it can, based on Jesse clearing those interiors, that building can probably get occupied.
Yeah. And also, what I was gonna do today, and I totally forgot because I got on site and when I came back, I got bombarded in the office. I'm gonna send you guys, because I know I sent you the drawings, you guys wanted that stuff. There's an addendum to the drawings, that's the floor joists, because what happened was Kevin and I met Raj, their architect engineer on site. And we actually had to see the joist for ourselves to come up with a solution. And then he ended up putting on paper and stamped it. And what we came up with on site, so that is another document that you guys don't have that I'll get to you.
When you approve the plans, do you run them by our outside engineer or no?
No.
Are you licensed to sign off?
Yes, to
Okay.
say yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Kevin, how long have you been with code? For a while, I think.
Yeah, 20 years.
I thought so, around 20, because Lance was right around you, wasn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
What would you say, scale of 1 to 10? Have you seen anything to this magnitude in your 20 years?
I've shut a lot of buildings down like Dave, but nothing to this magnitude at all. And the closest thing was the Cannon building that
Okay.
but, this is a lot of numbers, a lot of people.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Anyone, any other questions? You can ask questions, absolutely.
It's about construction.
The council member Soriano, you can ask, but now I got. I mean, we don't want to know anything about your personal, but.
It's under oath, ask anything you want.
Ask him up. You're up. You do know our.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Kevin. I'll be talking. Kevin, did you want to add anything else being new to this from August 6th?
No, I'm trying to stay optimistic.
Yeah.
No, I want to see this get completed and, they're going to get back in. And so far, it's been going as it's been.
You should tell them about your process. Pretty impressive. What you do there.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it, please.
What I'm doing every day, well, basically, I'm not doing a lot that is overstated. I'm basically documenting, so they're stripping sections of the wallway. I'm inspecting those sections to make sure, like, frankly, that the timbers are still sound, or not cracked or broken. We're inspecting the insulation. There is one issue there that, so the insulation's intact in most places, and it's not wet, it's dry. However, there's a couple of incidents that looks like some kind of rodent has been, either come down from the trees, got in the soffit, down in the walls. So that's usually where the issue is with the insulation. The other thing is there's staining on the insulation. I advise the owners, I said, I'm not an expert in this, so you have the option of replacing all the insulation, or you can get an environmental report that, that states that the insulation's okay.
Hold that thought, wouldn't we require that or no?
I'm requiring because it's not, like, in other words, if based on the information I read about insulation, if it's not wet, it, the lifespan of it is very long. It's still effective. However, there's black stains on it. So I can't verify, that's not my expertise. I can't verify that that's mold or staining. I don't know what it is. So I told him you have the option of replacing it, all of it, or you can get it,
Gotcha.
an environmental company to come in, test the insulation.
Got it.
They're claiming that that's what they're doing, and they're gonna give me the report, but I still don't have a report today. I wanted to have it tonight.
And I was sitting there trying to think of how it could have gotten that staining, but the Celotex that was there has a black paper on it.
Yeah.
And also they were using.
Go back, Celotex.
Celotex is the big plywood back years ago to save money. They used to structurally make sound the corners of the buildings so that the inside, the center where it's only like, it's structurally okay, they would use a Celotex, which is like plywood, but much cheaper. And it has no rigidity, like I can hold it like this, you can punch your hand. It's a particle board that has, it has like a black membrane on the outside for a little bit of waterproofing. Then they went and they put waterproofing back then is almost like that tar paper you would roll on your roof like a little thing. That's what they used to use before they came out with the tie-back product that they use now. So I don't know if the staining came from that, and it could have also came from when they were taking the bricks down there. There was a massive amount of holes there. They could have hit it and then, released the powder in there. But if anybody knows insulation, when it gets wet, it will stain the bottom of the joist that it's in, and it will also get into the apartment. We didn't see that staining below those pieces, on the why the wall was exposed. So we're hoping that it's just maybe they laid it out on the dirt before they put it up, or it came from that Celotex. We don't know, but just did not have any issues and tell them to replace it, or
I mean, what's the cost to replace?
much more than the report would be, probably, I would say.
In time.
Obviously, yes.
Okay. And would you say that they're up there consistently working, or is it every day and weekend?
Yeah, they've been working actually very well. Do very straight through the day, and it's a small crew, but the workmanship's really good.
Yeah, they're not working on the weekends because I believe they go home to their families.
Yeah.
Because they're staying up here during the construction.
Yeah. But nothing like the contractor.
No, what I mean is, yeah, they're there most of the time. I think one day they were an hour and a half late or something because of a break issue, but they got there and started working.
And they, so besides that, because of the apartment building, the tenants are complaining, so they've agreed to start at 8:30. They're not starting at 7, they're starting at 8:30, and they're typically working till right about 5.
I wish we had more contractors do that. We'll talk about that another time. Councilmember Soriento.
So knowing that, or figuring that you deal with a lot of contractors on a daily basis, have you worked with, and in particular, the second contractor that basically did this shoddy work? Did you ever work with them or deal with them before?
I don't even know what the contract was because I wasn't brought in until after that. You talk about when a brick came down?
When they were tearing down the brick?
Yeah, we were never on site. Our department, the construction department was never on site. I honestly don't know the name of the contractor. Nothing was submitted to me on
I
that.
think it was on the record, though.
You know, a point of order, we're poisoning these proceedings. She cannot ask her husband questions.
Eric, come on, please. She's
You're
asking. questions.
poisoning the proceedings.
Eric, please.
Yeah, so Carlo and I didn't show up until after they were there, removed the brick and were gone. So there was no permit and we didn't meet them, so we're not even sure who they were.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any questions, comments?
So the only one that I do know that was up there for the first one, was Daphne, because they still have their cones there around the one building that they took down, which was one of the gable ends. And, but I don't, yeah, they did, but I don't know who did the other part of it.
Any? Okay. Thank you very much, Carlo, Kevin. Thank you, and we'll talk soon. Thank you. And the art exhibit out here, some of Kevin's work is out there. It's really nice. Okay, next on the list, we have Susan Furlong. Susan is a tenant and has undergone quite a bit of trauma and traumatic experience. Thank you for joining us, Susan. I'm so sorry that it's so late.
Just gonna say, if I fall asleep, it's a bit bad, my
Well, now you're wide awake, so. If you don't mind, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth this evening? Thank you, Susan. Thank you for joining us. Why don't you first just introduce yourself? Tell us, are you still at the Travel Lodge? Are you back in your unit? And walk us through. I think you have to flip it up. There's a button on the side.
On the side.
Okay.
I'm still at the Travel Lodge.
You're still at the Travel Lodge.
Yep.
Okay, talk to us, Susan. You've been there from day one?
I've been at the Travel Lodge. Have I been at the Travel Lodge?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes. I was at the other motel before then.
I'm sorry.
The Red Roof Inn.
Okay, you were at the Red Roof before that.
Yes.
Susan, talk to us.
Well, before this all happened, I had devastating news that no parents want to get that phone call that their child has just been found dead. And so I was going through a lot of changes with the arrangements and funeral and everything. And not even able, thank you, not even able to grieve properly when we were evacuated and the crap hit the fan. So I'm almost 74. I've been in Harbour Point for 21 years or possibly more. And
Wow.
going through a lot of changes. I haven't been very well with one thing and another. I've been to my doctor several times. I have a doctor, if you'd like to see it. It's all very traumatic.
Susan, we're going on 9 weeks now.
Yes.
We spoke last week at the legal aid meeting.
Yes, I was there.
And you were talking about your expenses and how they pretty much doubled, and other than the room that this landlord's providing, have you also been asked to pay rent? Walk us through that. What has the owner provided outside of the motel, I should say?
Outside of that, well, I have so many violations in my apartment that I'm not expected to go back. But I have been through a lot of changes. I did have Jesse over to the room.
142 Delaware, and he found a lot of violations. But apart from that, I would like to say that I had specifically told Lisa in the office that I did not want anybody in my apartment unless I was present. And apparently she ignored that. And people had come into my apartment, and I know that because I remembered everything from when I was last there to when I went in and witnessed what I did. So I called her up and I was very upset with her. She goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." So I said, before I left the apartment, I put my own sign up on the door. So it was several days later that she had put an official sign up. And it's just been horrible, this whole thing. I don't know how much more I can take of the motel living, because it's the red roof in was disgustingly filthy and dirty. It was like asking for a bar of gold to get a bar of soap. It was just things crawling around on the floor. It was just dirty, filthy, and horrible. The towels were like something you would wash the car with. It was disgusting. And then we're shipped over to the Travel Lodge. And we've been there ever since. And to be honest, that isn't a great place either. I see more hookers and different people from different walks of life, and the police have been there several times. So there's been arrests made in the motel, and it's just chaos. There's noise. There's kind of riff-raffy people there. It's not a nice place to be. But you know something? As far as the first motel and this, they were cheap. They're cheap.
And, you know, Susan, what are the damages that you found in the apartment since that July 4th weekend where the contractors came in, just banging out walls? I mean,
Well, the
what was
thing
your
was, the way we found out that we were told to grab a few bags and run was my bedroom's in the back of my apartment. So I heard nothing of what was going on, but when I got up and I went into the living room to make some coffee, I heard all this ruckus going on outside. I looked out the window and there was anybody out there. And all this chaos going on. We heard no knocks on the door.
Okay, so, yeah, this is very good. I was talking about July 4th, but take us back to that day. Nobody contacted you, nobody knocked on your door, rang your bell.
I never heard a thing, never heard a thing. I didn't know until later on when I got up and everybody was outside, and I was like, what's going on? And that's when we found out that we had to grab a few bags and just leave. So that's what we done. We grabbed a few bags and we left.
Susan, what communication have you received from the owner to date, in terms of the future of when you may return? And are they trying to get your rent for the unit that you're not living?
Well, you heard about the automated
Yeah.
messages that we were getting. I got several of them, and then there was some mention about legal or court or something. And I text this automated text number. I text back and I said, I don't want you to bully or harass me, in other words, threaten me. Oh, no, we wouldn't do that. And we're sorry, this one out, you won't get any more automated text. But ever since then, I have the phone number of who I've been texting back and forth, repeatedly asking, who am I texting with? Because they're answering me. They're answering my text. We're going back and forth. Never did I get a reply saying who I was speaking with on text. But I have the phone number here, if that's of any help to you.
Sure, please. You could provide it, that'd be great. Yeah.
Okay. And also I found on multiple times that people had been in my apartment, because the last time I went there, I was able to push my apartment door and it came right open. When I leave there the last time, I make sure it's locked. because you have to put the key in, when you but before you close the doors towards you, you have to put the key in order for it to lock up, and that's what I done. So when I went over there, and I found that door just came to, I was furious because I knew that wasn't the way I left it. So
And, you know, when you reported to Lisa that somebody had been in your apartment,
she just said, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. And I said, well, sorry doesn't cut it. You disrespected me by ignoring my wishes. That's exactly what I said to her.
and has your apartment been deemed still, you can't move back?
My apartment has so many problems that it's going to be a while. But meantime, Lisa asked me the other day, would I be up to, no, sorry, she said to me, do you have somewhere you can go for 6 to 7 weeks? And I said, absolutely not. My son's in Chicago, my daughter's passed. I don't have any other family members around or anyone that I would put myself onto and just show up and want to stay with them. I don't have anybody. So she said, well, you know, I could maybe take you around and let you see one of the refurbished apartments. And I said, I don't know, I'd have to sleep on it because you're throwing all this stuff at me right now. And I need to think about this.
Okay, and when was that? When did she communicate with?
That was several days ago. I'm not good about remembering days and times and stuff, but that was the last that she, you know, that we had spoken.
Okay, so, and your apartment is nowhere
No,
near
I
to
had so
an
many.
inspection or anything like that?
Jesse had been over and actually I was told that I couldn't have my friend Eric Spinner in the apartment while anything was being done or looked at. And I said, no, Eric Spinner's my friend. He has done so much for us and he will be there. And he was. So Jesse came in and Eric was overlooking what he was doing because just say, for instance, the water is super, super hot. He didn't have the right equipment to test that water. And Eric knew that. So the number he must have put down on that report was a lot lower than what it really was. And I have a rodent problem.
A rodent?
Yes, I have baby rats and mice that I've been catching, which I'm not happy about because I never leave food around.
Right.
I don't know where they're coming in from, but it's not comfortable to know things are running around when you're in bed, you know. You know, it uneases you, you know. It was come to find out I had a gas leak. And it had been an ongoing thing. I kept wondering for the longest time why I keep feeling sleepy and needing to take naps. I am not a nap person. I know I'm an older person. I don't need to take naps. And they did find they got the fire department, and they got National Grid. They red tagged the back of the stovepipe, which had a leak. They tagged the door and the office door. But we found out days later they'd removed them tags, which I wonder who done that.
Yeah.
And the rug I had, I know this is kind of maybe on the bottom of the scale here, but the rug is at least 25 years old. It is absolutely disgusting. It is filthy. It was filthy when I moved in. They said they were going to clean it or, you know, do otherwise. Never done a thing. And what else was it? Under my sink is disgusting. It's rusted, it's mold, it's horrible. By the way, my bathroom has been totally destroyed. There's no window in there, and all of the tiles from around the shower are all in my bath. It's old, it's crusty, it's got all black stuff underneath. It is disgusting. And there's so many more things wrong with my apartment. The door, I get locked in sometimes, and I can't get out. I could climb through and break the screen, but that's not what I want my neighbors to see me climbing in and out the window. You know what I mean?
Be a good thing.
So I get locked in and I get locked out. Sometimes I can't get back in. That lock is ancient on my door. And I have a problem in my bathroom. I have a leak behind the sink. All that corking around the bathtub is disgusting, but there's none there. It's just like a hole going around. You can see through it.
Susan, when you mentioned these issues to Lisa, did Lisa work with you? Did you find her intimidating?
I'm not intimidated by anybody.
Good.
No, I don't let people bully me. I don't get bullied. I refuse. My mother taught me as a little girl, don't be afraid of anything and just be strong.
Good
And
for you.
that's where I'm at.
Well,
No, I think she tried to think a few times she could come around and talk me around to doing things. And I won't allow that because I can think for myself. And I know she's just trying to do something for her own good, not for me.
now the apartment that Lisa offered, is that more money, or did she state that she would keep the rent?
Well, when she said about you had somewhere to go for 6 to 7 weeks, and I said, absolutely not. And I'm not making any decision now because
Right.
she, oh yeah, let's just go on it and stuff. Anyhow, I think there was something about, I wouldn't get charged rent or something for those 6, 7 weeks. But I had a feeling if I did go in one of those newer apartments, that I'd never get back to my own.
How long have you lived there? About 20 years, she said?
About 21 plus, I think, yes.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time, and to be honest, I've been a good tenant. I don't do drugs, I don't drink. I keep myself to myself. I pay my rent every month, and I keep all my bills, keep my car going. But this has been really tough. You know, I mean, all the money we're spending on food.
Food.
And another thing too about all the food loss in the kitchen there, in the refrigerator freezer. Lisa told me, going back, come over and get your food because they're going to be shutting the power off. Well, when I went over there, which showed me that the power had been off for several days, my chicken and fish and everything, a chicken and steak, everything, nothing but blood. And every single thing, all my nice food, because I eat good food, I don't eat junk.
Right.
Every single thing from that freezer and refrigerator had to be immediately thrown out. It was disgusting, the smell. And that was money being thrown away. And it was just disgusting, the whole thing. So I had to clean it from top to bottom, and it's just horrible. We've had no power or anything. So anything I do, or if I run over there, which I'm, running out of money because of gas and food, anything I do when I go over there, it's got to be in the daylight because it's dark. It was hard to take a photo of all the damage in the bathroom because they've got plywood over the window because there's no window there. And it makes it very hard for me with my phone to take a photo because it's so dark in there. So, but this has been a freaking nightmare.
It's horrible.
I've been to the doctors, I'm losing weight. I'm not sleeping well. My appetite is because of all the stress. I have a doctor's note here if you'd like to see it.
I believe it.
But it's just horrible. I don't need to lose weight. I really don't. But I was at my doctor's yesterday and he said, you want to give me medicine and stuff? I'm not a pill person. But he said that it would maybe make me want to eat more and stuff. I don't know if that's really going to help, not being a pill person, but it's this situation. It's appalling, disgusting, and I feel like I'm around people that are covering up for this one and that one. There's lies going on. I mean, just do the right thing.
Right.
Do the right thing. Do a job properly,
Right.
Don't be covering it up with a bit of whatever and painting over it. And Oh, it looks
sheet
good,
rock.
but guess what? Underneath it's hollow and the
Right.
bricks are still, you know?
Yep.
And how come it's just, how come it's just a dangerous situation now? When all those years, it took a while for them bricks and everything to come cave in like they did.
It's our question
mean-
too, yeah.
You know, and also I just want to add to that when I went when I went in and knew they'd been there had been more glass on my bedroom floor the time before I went, but when I went again, there was only a few bits of glass. And that big hole that I had in my bedroom wall had been, I saw the hole before, but since when I came back again, that hole had been almost filled in with what could be possible stuffing of some kind, maybe insulation. There's something been put over it, and there's a little ridge there. It's not even. They've left a little hole like this. It's been painted over, but I knew that had been thrown up there since I hadn't been there. So people have been going in my apartment. And I don't know if anything's gone missing because I haven't really had a chance to look, because you know something, when I go over there, it's hot, it's nasty, it smells of rodents. As soon as you open my door, you can smell these rats and mice.
Absolutely.
I don't wanna-
inhumane,
Yeah,
you know.
come on, I
So-
don't wanna go on too long, but I'm just trying to, I'm sure there's a lot more that I haven't said. But you know what, it's been awfully tough. And it's not just because I'm an older woman.
I know.
It's because I speak for everyone. And I want to thank Eric. I want to thank Eric for everything, going out on a limb, going up for us through whatever was going on. I want to give a lot of thanks to Eric Spinner, because we would not have anyone else. We wouldn't have anyone else. He has gone to bat for us. This guy hardly ever sleeps.
Well,
He's thinking of helping us. And I know it's been a huge struggle for him as it is us. And I'm not looking for sympathy, but I just want you to understand this is a really traumatic, disgusting, appalling stuff that we have to go through. I never saw this coming after my daughter passed.
I'm so sorry, Susan. And Eric, he was the first to contact me and, you know, hence I brought it to the mayor and others as well. Susan, real quick, you were at the legal aid meeting last week.
Yes, I was. I tried to be at all the meetings, yes.
Yep, and the AG's office. Did you feel there were any resolutions? I mean, it was great that they were there, but did you feel that you're receiving any help since then? Have you heard any follow-up?
No, I know I've been put on the spot with this, you know, would you go somewhere for 6-7 weeks? Just trying to get me out the way, that's what it is, because you know what? I had caught them a few times, you know, doing things, and it was questioned. They don't want that. They want to be left alone so they can just cover stuff up and say that's the job done.
They went,
And
yeah.
I don't want that. You see, this is like a retaliation because I've insisted on being there and they don't want someone watching them work. And they certainly didn't want Eric there to pick up on anything that wasn't being done right. That's pretty much it, you know.
Did anyone else have questions for Susan or?
Yeah,
Councilmember Min.
Susan, have you been a part of the tenants union for a long time, or are you a member of the tenants?
You mean with Eric?
Yeah.
For a while, not for years or anything like that, but for a while.
Okay.
Because I knew Eric from years ago.
Yeah.
And we just happened to meet up again some time ago. So, yeah, you know, I've known him for a while.
Have you, in the number of folks that have come together and formed a union for the tenants to advocate for themselves, what percentage do you think have now left the complex permanently?
I'm not sure, it's hard to give any numbers, because, to be honest, since I've lived there all them years, I tend to keep to myself. I don't really mix with everyone around me because, I'm not saying I'm better than anyone else, I'm just saying that they have habits that I don't do, and I don't want to hang with people that are doing different things. So it's very hard for me to put my finger on, how many of this or how many of that, because I pay my bills, I do what I need to do, I go out, I come back, I live with my sweet boyfriend back there. We've been together 9 years, and we just.
Looks for someone.
Wait till tonight. We're gonna get it. In fact, nothing's going on tonight anyway. In fact, I think I'm gonna go to another hotel. I really appreciate everyone in front of me. I want to appreciate letting me say my piece. I hope I haven't gone on too long. I appreciate you listening, and I just, this has been a nightmare. It's like the nightmare that you want to wake up and be as you was before, but I know that's not real. So I thank you all for listening, and big thanks to Eric. Big thanks to Eric, because he's been amazing.
Susan, thank you for joining us. I'm very sorry about your daughter, and we're gonna get the owners in here. We're not going to rest, and we're going to reissue that subpoena. We need to hear from them.
Yeah.
Susan,
I'd
thank you.
like to come up another time, or maybe turn up. As I say, it's like for me, the seniors are usually in bed by now. I can stay up later than most, but
Susan.
Oh,
thank you.
I'm sure that another time I will be able to think of all the things that I haven't been able to say tonight. So,
You're always welcome.
I thank you so much.
Thank you.
I thought I'd be a little nervous, but you know what? I just say how it is and tell the truth, and that's all I can do.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, and last on our list, but certainly not least. Thank you, Susan. Feel better. Eric Spinner, do you mind taking the oath?
No, I don't mind at all.
Thank you. Please, thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony this evening?
I do.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you. So Eric, 9 weeks in counting. Walk us through what you feel, and we're sure. Seamus has some pictures.
I don't know where we're gonna start, but we'll take a look at this.
Just use the mic.
Let's
If
contradict.
you don't mind using the mic, Eric.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, so let's start with contradicting Mr. Mooney and Mr. Soriento. What you're looking at here is the north wall of building 152. Now, Mr. Mooney testified that he's not an environmental expert, and he told me that on the scene also. Now, I looked at the blueprints, I studied the blueprints, and I hate to tell you, I know what I'm doing. And they don't say in the blueprints, remove the insulation if it's wet. Every one of you has a copy of the blueprints, and it clearly says, remove and replace defective bat insulation. Bat insulation is yellow, the new is pink. Take a look at that yellow insulation. It's not even yellow. It's ripped, it's degraded. What you're seeing in this photo is their workers bringing over a piece of plywood to cover it up. Can you show the next photo, please? Here, you have them covering it up. Now, I was with a friend of mine, an associated attorney, when this was going on.
Hold on, so that is not new insulation, because it looks faint, but that's
The
not
pink is new.
on the right, but what they're putting up is just planks.
And I want to point out that this is my building and my apartments. Okay, so I know what's going on better than they do, even if I didn't live in this building. They're nailing that plywood up there, and I said, go get Mr. Soriento and go get Mr. Mooney. And they come over, and as I said, he gave me this story about that's not wet. Carlo contradicted that, and he doesn't buy that. Just because it's not wet, it's no good. So I said, what are you gonna do about it? And he gets out the blueprints, and he showed my associate the blueprints, and he just went on with a long-winded tale of fiction, because you could later read it. That insulation needed to be replaced. This whole wall is now covered up. But there was another problem. As you can see under the window, the sheathing is damaged, and beneath that is a hole to the left of the window. You can see it in the picture where the dark black is below the yellow in the panel to the left of the window. There's a bowling ball size indent in the exterior paneling of the sheetrock. So I said, well, what are you gonna do about that? And Mr. Soriento and Mr. Mooney, and this part is true, they can't write violations. So you guys make policy, you guys do procedure. Here's the problem with our department. So the people in charge of watching work that's being permitted can't write a violation if it turns up during the process. So then I said, well, okay, and I already know this, right? So I said, but you got a cell phone, don't you? How about calling somebody from code enforcement who can write a violation? So they called up, Carlo actually called somebody in an attempt to get Jesse over here. And I said, what happened? If you got well, they sent Jesse somewhere else. Now, it's a good thing you folks are sitting down, because here's what happens next. So I said, well, they're going to cover that up in another 2 seconds, because while we're talking, they're banging away, and now this whole wall is almost covered. Well, he says to me, this is what would happen anyway. The engineer would just sign off on it. And I said, what engineer are you talking about? And he said, the landlord's engineer. So the only way to stop that from happening would be if the violation was written. Now you have to pull this wall down in order to fix this violation, and it's a violation to this day. And then this problem continues, because behind the house wrap on the top, the plywood they affixed to that wall has major cracks in it. We're talking 6 feet right through the whole plank. And if you could show the next picture, please. What you're seeing here is Susan Furlong's apartment, 142B, after they fixed it. Now, on the outside, Mr. Mooney and Mr. Soriento already approved the completion of this wall, which is building 138, 140, and 142. They checked off that the exterior planking was satisfactorily affixed to these buildings. Because you heard him, he said, I don't go into apartments. So we have a serious procedural problem with our code enforcement department. I mean, we're talking sickness. So what you're looking at is you can see out into the parking lot from the person's apartment. Can you show the next picture, please? This is another part of 142B. You can see because they had ruined the air conditioner sleeves. That's what you're looking at in this picture. So when they put it back from the exterior, it left gaps. There's really all gaps. But what they did was they put a coating of plaster around it, and then they put a second coating plan, but even doing that, they left major holes. You can see out into the parking lot. And let me tell you this isn't the only apartment like this. I've got at least 35 more that are in worse condition. Can you show the next picture? Now, okay, what are you looking at here? Okay, let's back up for 1 second. The rules, regulations, and laws of New York State provide that after each day when the construction is done, the construction site structure must be securely enveloped. There's many ways of going about doing that, house wrap or proper planking. This is in her apartment, where the rain has been getting in, but a good thing it's the bathroom, so it's mostly just falling on in the bathtub and the tiles that had already been ruined from the leak from the 6 weeks that it was raining and we had no walls at all on the exterior.
Is this Susan?
This is Susan's apartment, 142B. But I have other apartments where we've gone months, so much, where they left the windows completely, where they left the gaps where there were windows completely open. I'm only giving you one example.
Right.
Next picture, please. I think we're gonna see, okay. Well, what you're looking at here is the east wall of building 146. Now, this building is already evacuated because the north wall had to be pulled down. This crack developed in the last 2 weeks. It started at 2 feet. It started as 3, then it went to 3 feet, 4 feet, and now I couldn't get it all in the picture, but the crack goes completely from the window on the top floor all the way down to the bottom floor. Now, I've lived here for 13 years. My building 152 was the worst building, was 7 out of 1. The cracks, it started just like this. And guess what? Dave Sheeran, 23 years, he ignored it for 10 years. And they're ignoring this crap right now. So, next picture, please. I have 7 walls like this. Now here
And
is
you
the,
brought it to the attention of,
say again?
you brought it to the attention of.
Oh,
the
yes,
city.
and I was told by Mr. Mooney and Mr. Soriento, particularly Mr. Mooney, stated his main concern, and he stated twice. And you didn't ask him, but you should bring him up here and see if he says no, because I'll get him in perjury. He said his main concern is to get the people back in the buildings as quickly as possible. That's his main concern. That's been the city's main concern. And guess what? That's also the landlord's main concern. So what do you have here? You've got the west wall of building 184. Now this crack in another couple of weeks, I'll bring a picture into the next hearing. And yes, it'll be expanded. But what the problem is here is the air conditioner sleeve could fall out due to this crack because these bricks are pretty loose. It's hard to see, but they already changed them once already in the past. That's why you see they're a little darker over there. So that brings me to my next point. Today at 12:01 a.m., the violation for the sagging and bowing wall, south wall building 156, ran out for 30 days. Can I take you back to May 9th? Dave Sheeran doesn't remember when the violation was issued, right? But everybody here knows because I've said it a million times. On May 9th, they issued a sloppy violation. It said, listed 3 buildings by number, and then it said that any and all other buildings that have a similar problem. Well, they only cared about the buildings that the numbers were actually written on. So for months I said, hey, what about this? Well, not in this picture, 156. So on the July 17th, they finally wrote up a violation and ordered the landlord to submit an architectural engineer stamp report. He hasn't done so. The time has run out. What does the city intend to do? And here's the dilemma the city faces. If they conclude that the danger posed by these bricks or windows smashing into the apartment and cutting and killing people was legitimate in the other buildings, how can they not throw these people out? On the other hand, they can conclude that we made a mistake and we didn't need to do that. How can they go with that one? Or they can do what they're doing, which is nothing. Which verifies and validates the fact that nobody really cared about the danger posed to my tenants. And I'll tell you again, not a single person needed to be thrown out. And I can prove it here tonight. No one got into this with Mr. Sheeran or anybody else or Mr. Nolan. But in the original architect report dated June 23rd, the engineer report, there was no specific finding as to what posed a danger to the tenants. It's merely said, we recommend that all tenants adjacent to or in direct contact, and I'm quoting, be vacated. Didn't give a reason. 4 days later, the landlord submitted their engineering report, and they gratuitously pointed out that the bricks could not fall inward. So you asked the question of what happens, I think Ms. Mann asked the question, well, what happens when you have two competing engineer reports? We just let them fight it out or put them in a schoolyard and whoever comes out is the winner? Well, as it turns out, they then submitted 4 days after that, Labella comes up with its own new report, and it states, this is what I call the monster glass cutting killer theory. For the first time, 7 days after we were vacated, they decided that the problem had nothing to do with the bricks falling in, but what it had to do was they believed that in case of quote unquote catastrophic failure of the brick veneer walls, the windows, even though they were falling outward, would somehow fall inward. The glass would, the window still's 2-3 feet high, would somehow smash into the apartments, splatter all over the place, cut people up brutally, or even kill them. And that's why we had to be thrown out. That has never been adopted by the city. This, according, you have the law. I can't quote you. I can take out the papers. I got them in my pocket. But there's a statute that says Dave Sheeran had to issue a report on what exactly was the nature of the danger to the tenants. 2, the city was required to adopt a report that established they believed what was in the engineering report. The closest we have is a statement on the afternoon of June 23rd by Mayor Madden when he gave a press conference that Labella found the tenants had to be vacated due to a danger posed. Now that is not legally sufficient. So what's going to happen to this building? Because the time has run out. So what are we going to do now? I'm going to have to go in front of the cameras every day now, right? And say what's going to happen. And then what are they going to do? They're going to hire Labella back. And no one asked how much we owe. Maybe it's about 14,000 by now that we're up to on the engineer services that the landlord has to pay. Now I'll tell you something else the landlord has to pay. They're breaking about another 7 apartments that are being declared fit that are going to look like Miss Sue Furlong's apartment. They were supposed to pay fees for every inspection, and then for every building that they inspect at least one apartment is an additional surcharge. I can almost guarantee you the landlord hasn't paid those expenses either, and no one and that's not the worst part. That's not the worst part. The worst part is the city isn't making them pay, which leads me to the next point. Now, Mr. Morris, he sat here and he said, well, I don't want to tie Jesse up with violations. They don't even know how many violations. Now, I didn't burden you guys with this, but this is two-sided. This is how many violations there are. They represent hundreds of violations, and these don't even include the ones inside people's apartments. These are only exterior violations. So let me ask you something. We're concerned about wasting money. Let's stop issuing violations, right? You want to save some money? We don't even have to bother to send an inspector out because there's no follow-up. Okay, I've got most every violation in here, the time is expired. Next point. Today, something else happened at 12:01. Can you show the next picture? Oh, it's a video, I believe. So at 12:01 today, finally, and this has been a long, shall I say, battle for code enforcement. Through the years, our property regularly floods, even if there's just a thimbleful of water. And guess what? That's why we have bowing and sagging walls to begin with. So I was able finally on May 9th to get a violation levy for standing water in the basement of 156. On June 13th, I see we're gonna get the video coming up, right, in a second, maybe, all right, on June 13th. Having technical difficulties, all right, I'll keep going with the narrative. On June 13th, Jesse, or Dansky, came back for reinspection to see whether the standing water was removed. Now, he wrote the violation and it stated standing water due to missing or inoperable sump pump or flooding due to the foundation. Remediate. When he came in the basement, he said, oh, look, no standing water. Violation cured. Right? So here's what they do in real cities. It's incumbent upon the landlord, when they get a violation, to certify that they fixed the violation. Let's go. You see how much water? It's in all, that's 3 buildings on that side. That's about 8 inches. In the pond, it's about 13. I call it a pond. You get a better look coming up now. You see all that water goes all the way back, floods down, right? That happens every single time it rains, all over the property. So I finally got him back on the 17th. And thanks to Carlo on this one. I brought him down in the basement of 156, and timing is so important because you got to get the code enforcement guys so they can actually see, well, the basement was flooded. Water was pouring out of the walls like it does. I mean, in many places it was pouring out of the walls. And they wrote up a violation for flooding and required that the landlord submit a flood mitigation plan, which was supposed to be submitted and ran out the time to submit that at 12:01 a.m. today, as coincidence would have it. So what does the city intend to do about that? The glaring point I'm trying to make is, I said this before, the bowing and sagging walls were the least of the problems that daily affected the lives of the tenants. This flooding issue was much worse. This water rushes into my apartment as well. I have to put towels up to block silt from coming in the living room because it goes above the foundation line. They testified there's 1 building. We have at least 6 buildings where the foundation is below the high water mark. Okay? Some council members even have come to the property and have actually seen that. So what are we going to do about this? I'm appalled that nobody asked a single question to either Chris Nolan or Dave Sheeran about what they're going to do about these violations just run out today. What's going to happen now? We got to go to war again? Somebody help me. Somebody held by tenants, because guess what? That video you saw, those 3 buildings, they weren't vacated. These people have been living there since June 22nd. They have to take their shoes off to get into their apartment. The first floor apartments regularly flood. Okay, but we got people that have moved out from there. Now, let me answer that question about how many people we lost. We lost 20 apartments so far. And with each family or individual that leaves, I personally bid them farewell. When they're filling up their U-Haul trucks or other rented trucks, I wait with them and come out there before they leave, and I wish them well. And every one of them has thanked me and the other tenants for fighting, but for one reason or another, they can't endure the suffering anymore. Okay? So I have lost fellow tenants. I have lost friends. I have lost neighbors. And guess what? You heard from Melissa tonight. The city is hemorrhaging people, tax dollars, and its reputation. Because 4 individuals principally are responsible for this fiasco. And I hasten to add this, folks, but my turnout tonight was not good, and I'm sure you saw that. And the reason for that is this city council is losing its credibility. And you took a tremendous hit yesterday in Supreme Court. Many of my tenants are not sophisticated. They don't understand the nuances of the law. They know what it feels like to get hit over the head with a baseball bat, though. And they saw that we lost big. Days, even before this hearing, people came to me and they said, Eric, what happens if we're going to lose that case? It's over for us. I have recommended for months that this council get an attorney. You want me to sit up here and not insult anyone? Get an attorney. You cannot rely on Rick Morrissey. Let me tell you something. I had a secretary who wasn't a paralegal. She could hardly speak in English. But in 8 years, she never screwed up a subpoena. That's how simple it is that the lawyers don't even actually fill them out. It's a bluebird form. Why would you type additional language into a bluebird? And I will say this too. Anyone can go to the law library and pull up a book of Siegel's. It's the Bible on how to practice. Under subpoena, 4 paragraphs in, you must tender witness fee and mileage fees prior to issuance of the subpoena. And the way it works, first year law school, when you give the subpoena, you give the check. I have never heard of a case where it's not done well until yesterday. Now, I'm also told that, I heard here tonight that David Sheeran, who's been 23 years the director of code enforcement, never looked at the letterhead on a landlord registry statement. Let me throw some light on a landlord registry statement here in the city of Troy. That document you have before you is a fraud. It's a complete fraud because it deletes, it's copied off of, paste, cut and paste, and cuts off part of the form that requires more information from the landlord. Ooh, why would they want to do that? So let's take a look at this. They complained they had no contact information. Well, you can look at this form. You got it all in front of you. There's columns on the first part of it in the top that require the landlord to list the contact information of the tenants. The people on the council who came up with this law did a great favor to the city when they came up with this law 10 years ago. And I applaud the members of the council who did that. Dave Sheeran called you, not you because you all weren't on the council, but he called you a-holes to me and said that the council didn't know what they were doing when they did it. And he told me that he doesn't enforce this law because he doesn't believe in it. Let him come up here and contradict him telling that he told me that. Now let's take a look at what happened. Because They refused for 14 months to have the landlord build this out. It's a rare case, but in our case, it happened. We had to be vacated and the city needed to know who we were, and that's why you fill out a landlord. More than one reason you fill out a landlord registration statement. But here is a perfect example of why the landlord registration statement would have saved a lot of pain. Okay, also, the statutes in front of you guys. If there's any mistake at all, it had to be rejected. So what do we have here? He wrote on the top, 125 apartments, and then when it says how many people living there, he wrote 125. So you don't have to go past even the first line to reject this. There's a whole, it's in the Troy Code ordinance. You're supposed to stamp it rejected and return it to the landlord. I wouldn't do anything about everything of all this. That you can call it corruption, you can call it malfeasance, or you can call it stupidity, but call it something and do something about it. Because add some new, tighten up the Troy Code. Okay, I mean, what else can you do? Now about these flyers. When I heard this right away, I went back to talk to the tenants who came in. I started texting other tenants. I haven't found a single person that knows about these flyers, that got a flyer, that has even seen the flyer. And again, let's not keep touting this, Chris Dolan is touting this hotline. For 2 days, it didn't work. The first 2 days, it didn't even work. So let's stop touting that. Somebody should have asked Chris Dolan, maybe next time, why, when he came to the property on June 22nd, he had a cameraman from the city film a video of him throwing us out, and then he left. Well, when would it be more important for him to be there? How about if he stayed a little longer while the tenants were going through chaos? Right? We didn't need him there in the beginning. We needed him at the end. Right? And so let me say this. What happens if we had a city engineer? You heard it here from Mr. Mooney and Mr. Soriento. We have absolutely no one in this city who is capable of handling what happened in Harbor Point Gardens. I caused a cursory forensic investigation to take place at Harbor Point Gardens after our buildings crumbled to the ground. One question somebody should ask is, has the city ever investigated why the buildings fell down? The walls were in such bad? Well, this is a brick type. This is a half-inch screw. The code, the building code, calls for 2 inches. This is a half-inch. The brick rests on this. This gets nailed into the wall. It was never properly long enough for the purpose for which it was intended. So here's a greater question. Every single wall remaining at Harbor Point Gardens has a brick tie that's defective. What does the city intend to do about that? Now, there's an argument that perhaps it's grandfathered in, because if you have a component of a structure that at the time it was manufactured, the structure was constructed, it would be grandfathered in. But in this case, there never was a regulation that permitted a half-inch screw. So it's not grandfathered in. So this council doesn't just need a lawyer, it needs an engineer. Because guess what? If these walls were found to be in imminent danger, then all walls are in imminent danger for more than, how many reasons have I given you already today? defective brick type. Why do I have to find this? Kevin Mooney he's there every day, so am I. He's there sitting in his car every day, most of the day. That's where he is. And if you want video to prove it, I can bring that next time. So how many man hours, somebody should ask, how many man hours has code enforcement expended on Harbor Point Gardens since this disaster started? What are we gonna do about it? I have a solution. Every one of these violations for which the time period has expired, the landlord to court, prosecute him to the full extent of the law. And I don't know what this gibberish was that Dave was talking about with $25 or $50. Here's the law as it exists. State law differs from city law in this. When state law has precedence unless the local law is more strict. State law provides for a $500 fine per day, a charge of a misdemeanor, and 1 year in jail for every single violation, not some class or group, or if it's one building. I don't know what he's talking about. They don't even do that in Swaziland. Our own Troy ordinance is even tougher, but why have it if we're not going to enforce it? It calls for a misdemeanor and $1,000 fine and a year in jail for every single violation. Not having a landlord registry statement is a violation. And finally, I got it levied. But guess what? That ran out 45 days ago. And that cost us a disaster. Last points. Process. You had Chris Nolan stand up here and sit here and Dave Sheeran say, well, it was an emergency. But guess what? The law provides what to do in case of an emergency. There's two kinds of vacate orders. One where you have time and notice, and then there's what's called imminent danger. The New York State 2020 Property Management Code defines imminent danger. It's not just what you think it might be. It's what it says in the statute. There's a procedure to follow. With the first kind of vacate order, you would have to give notice before the people are thrown out. In this case, they called it imminent danger, and we can argue whether that even was a proper call, but it calls for notice post-action, according to statute, right? So what does that require? I provided this council with a document that you should have before you. And by the way, if you look at the top of that document, which was pinned on people's doors on the 23rd of June, in the right top-hand corner, it says Dave Sheeran, and under his name, it says Director. Okay, it says that's a document that it says Troy on top. There's a heading that says Troy. I think you've got it over there, right there. In the top, that's it right there. That is the only notice that we received first, the green placards that went on the doors. Then we received, I complained. I don't know, I think it was before you arrived, Madam President. Before you arrived, they don't want to tell you this part of the story. I said, wait a minute, that's legally, I ran up and down and told people, don't leave, don't leave. I think you were there when I was still telling people that, because I thought that this was done illegally and I had a shot at countering it. And I said, you can't just put a placard up saying the whole building is destroyed, each individual apartment. Well, they sent somebody back to code enforcement. He makes it out like they did it right away. That's not how it happened. It happened in stages. And then they put placard each apartment, but wrong, mind you. I provided this council with the one they put on my door. By the way, you're looking at the one they put on my door. My name isn't the name that's on there. That's a guy who lived in my building and left 10 years ago. Every one of them had this person's name on it. Close to following the procedure. So now I said, okay, they got me with the placards on the individual doors. So now it would take a court action. I was kind of deflated because I knew I couldn't save the people on that day. Because once they placarded the doors up, it would take a judge's intervention. Now, let me point out also that there were a couple of buildings that were declared unfit for habitation on June 26th that was rescinded later. They vacated all of building 154 and all of my building. But then they rescinded it. I lived in 152, which was the whole building was declared vacant. The next day I was able to reach, I had to sleep in my car that night because when I went to get a room, I waited till every single tenant went to the office and got their room. It must have been 8 or 9. I go to the office, I said, I'm here for my room. They go, you didn't give us notice, we don't have a room for you. I kind of expected that, you know? So by the next day, the entire 154 was back, and half of my building has been back also since then, and I happen to live on the half side that was restored. So you have a volley of mistakes throughout the whole process of throwing us out. But they still had a chance to do something right after they threw us out, and that would have been to supply us with a notice that tells the tenants they have the right to an appeal, the date of such appeal, and where they have to go, and it has to have a language, you have the right to legal representation. I'm not just making this up. I provided the council with the law. So for these people to say this up here, that, oh, it was an emergency, I had to act, okay, even if you believe that, you had to provide us with the proper notice. How about this? He goes, well, you suggested how you can find us. Google. How do you think I find addresses of people? Right? If you Google me on Fast People Search, it's going to say Eric Spinner, apartment 152E, and give you more information than you need to serve me with a notice that I've been vacated and I have a right to an attorney and to contest this vacancy order. How about this? Open the phone book. So they took no steps because guess what? They didn't care. They still don't care. Why am I able, and Madam President of the Council, why are you able to get in touch with private nonprofits, corporations, and get food for my people? Why can you do that? Why can I do that? I'm one man with a cell phone and a laptop. I have no title. I have no prestige. I have no government backing. But I've been feeding people since June 22nd from all sorts of sources. Gas cards, you know about that? And other things. Household goods. I got a waiver for the food bank so people could get deliveries even if they weren't disabled. Well, how can I do that? I'm not the mayor, I'm not the deputy mayor. So you say, well, how do you know they didn't care? Because they're still not helping us. Not a single tenant has received anything from the city of Troy. In closing, let me say this. Irrespective of what Rick Morrissey does in the criminal case against this landlord, and we know he's going to throw the case and let these people off because they're already planning to drop the charges the minute they can say he proceeded far enough in progress on the 10 violations that deal with the rules. Irrespective of if the Attorney General surmounts the political pressure and brings a case, and irrespective of how my conferences are going now with the federal district attorney for the Northern District of New York, who has referred me to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which I will have a meeting with them shortly. Hear this. As I sit before you here tonight, there are private attorneys who are working diligently to bring a lawsuit against the city of Troy and the landlord. Know this, to the corporations and the private individuals and government officials, both elected and appointed, your day of reckoning is coming.
Thank you, Eric. On that note, as I mentioned earlier, I just want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. Our work is not done, and we were going to discuss going into executive session. Rick has requested that we do it next week. Okay? Maybe we can conference you in. Okay, we can do that. So on that note, I will take a motion to adjourn. Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson, second, Councilmember Steele, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.